Shout out to everybody. Let's see what's going on right now with this debate before we get into other news. Shout out to everybody. I do want to say President Donald Trump ended up signing some executive orders, and one of them I really loved. One of the executive orders he ended up signing was he got rid of paper straws in America. Shout out to him. You know what I'm saying? But he did a few, and one of the ones that he did have a controversial one where he pardoned an ex-governor. You know what I'm saying? I think his name is Rob or whatever. He ended up pardoning him. Some people were upset because that is the governor that when who was it? Obama. When Obama was leaving the Senate, I think it was like an open seat. And the guy was like trying to sell his seat. You know what I mean? So that's what was what they kind of alleged with the guy, and the guy got a lot of years, and then Trump, I think it was back in 2018, he ended up commuting the guy's sentence to where he didn't get as much time. And then today he ended up like giving the dude like a full unconditional pardon. And I think he's asking, or not asking, but saying that he wouldn't mind him being like one of the people to kind of be over what's going on with Serbia. You know what I mean? So I don't know. Like, it's kind of interesting to see some of the pardons, but a lot of them I would say about like 99% of, I'm not the pardons, but the executive orders, 99% of the executive orders I was rocking with. You know what I'm saying? The only one I did question is like, yo, why is he pardoning this guy? And I think the guy, he was on the Celebrity Apprentice, and I think him and Trump is like kind of cool is what it is. So, but other than that, like, I think for the most part, I mean, I think he did a really good job. But one of the things that people were talking about mostly, and this is what has been going viral, is, Trump getting rid of the paper straws. Shout out to Trump. We're going back to plastic straws in America. You know what I mean? So shout out to him. But let's listen to see what Piers Morgan has to say about the USAID thing.
Agenda and wasting millions of dollars, billions perhaps, in the process. President Trump was unrepentant about the policy when quizzed by journalists this weekend on his way to the Super Bowl.
The ones that have been, the few that have been legitimate in terms of getting legitimate money, will probably put it through the State Department. It'll be handled by Marco Rubio, highly respected man, Secretary of State. There's no reason for USAID.
What y'all think about this? Him like trying to dismantle USAID. I'm actually for it. I think they've been like spending way too much money, and like a lot of things that they've been spending money on doesn't make sense, and I think it's not really in the interest of the American people anymore. I think it's kind of like a haven to get like money from the government that people wouldn't necessarily want y'all having money for. So I don't know. I mean, there's a lot of things that's alleged, like they're paying celebrities to go overseas and talk to different prime ministers and presidents and all of this, and they get like $2.5 million and things like that. It's a lot of allegations of people saying that, or rumors are saying that USAID is actually paying a lot of these news networks. And that's why a lot of the news networks are kind of going into overtime trying to stop, like the public opinion from being favorable on dismantling USAID. So I don't know, man. We see Elizabeth Warren. She's been going crazy. She doesn't want Elon Musk to do a forensic audit of the Treasury Department, and Elon Musk has been saving America billions of dollars. He talks to Donald Trump daily. He actually talked to Donald. He talked about that, today, and an interview. I think he had his kid. He was in an Oval Office, So I don't know, man. I think Elon Musk is doing a very good job saving us a lot of money. A lot of things that we never knew about the money that was going out in America, we are now learning about. But as far as Donald Trump, I think he's doing an amazing job this year. And if he wants to get rid of USAID, hey, I'm not going to stand in his way to do it because I don't really see the benefit of USAID. Some people are upset, they got to go back to work. Some people are upset that they may get laid off, all of that. Who cares? Dismantle it. I think we got way too many government agencies that are not necessary, and if people are crying about Social Security and saying things like, oh, we want to make sure when we get older, we get Social Security and all of this. How are you going to make sure you get Social Security if you don't have a government that's trying to, like save taxpayer money, and make sure money's not just going overseas for nothing. You know what I mean? So I don't know. Like I was rocking with it. He also signed an executive order. Before we get into this, he strengthened the American steel production. Right. So what he did was, I think it was in 2018, he ended up implementing a 25% tariff on imports of steel. So what happened since Donald Trump ended up doing that is that they've been like adding things to it, like the different administration, to where you can get, it's like loopholes to where you don't have to pay the 25% tariff. And so people have been taking advantage of that. And so they've been doing it for so long. It's like, yo, what is the point of having a 25% tariff if you're just allowing people to just import steel or whatever over here without any, excess taxes on it? So Trump ended up doing an executive order to redo it, to make sure, like, if they're importing steel into America, it's going to be the 25% tariff. So he was hoping that companies are going to start producing more steel in America. And, we need steel. You need steel for building buildings, building homes, like stuff like that. You need steel for certain things. You know what I'm saying? Cars. You know what I mean? So I ain't really mad at what he was doing, and I think it's a very good step in the right direction. Now, if it's a country that has like an existing 25% tariff that Trump is trying to do, and on top of that, you got to pay the 25% import, of the steel, I think that's like, close to like what, like 50%? So in some countries, like if, let's just say it's a steel company importing from Mexico, importing from Canada, importing from China or something like that, if that's the case, that's 50%, of tariffs, like all around. So, companies are going to look at maybe doing manufacturing in America, I would think. So I've never seen a president in history who said that, okay, we're going to go ahead and we're going to strengthen the steel industry and do it. You know what I mean? And we literally just seen him sign executive orders to put measures in place to try to make sure that he can continue to have our steel industry be solvent. So shout out to Donald Trump for that. I think that was a great step in the right direction. Obviously, he's going to have people to try to break apart what he's trying to do. You know what I mean? Like the other party, they've been selling this out for the past 4 years. That's how I feel. Right. And so he's trying to fix things. He doesn't care about whether or not somebody has investments in another country overseas that has, it's America first around this place. You know what I mean? You're going to get with the program, or it's what it is, and I like that. He's standing true to his word. I think he's pretty much 98% of all, in my opinion, from everything I've looked at that he said he was going to do during his presidency, in less than a month, he's already completed 98% of everything that he said he was going to do. The only thing he didn't do that I could see is like no taxes on overtime and no taxes on tips. I think he ended up submitting something to try to get that done. So I don't know if that's going to get done. I know he's got a trifecta, but Congress, they love getting money from us, right? They love taxing us, so I don't know if that's going to pass. But as far as everything else, like that, I think is one of the big things. And then one other thing he was talking about is bringing down the price of food, in America, so shout out to him. He ended up addressing that in the Brett Baer interview before he went to the Super Bowl to enjoy himself. Shout out to him. He did a lot of work. Joe Biden, he'd just do one little thing and then be gone for 2 weeks. Donald Trump has been working, hustling, trying to make sure America is good. They ended up putting people that were displaced in North Carolina, put them in furnished apartments. I thought that was fire. He ended up getting Gavin Newsom in them to turn on the water in California. He had ultimatums, and it looks like they ended up abiding by a lot of his ultimatums. They wanted that federal funding. He ended up removing federal permit requirements, for a certain period of time so that the people in the Palisades in California, different places, can go ahead and rebuild, leaving it up to the state to get out of the state's way, and so whatever they're going to do with the state permits, state, all of that, that's on California at this point. But the federal government has gotten out of the way of them trying to make progress in rebuilding in California, thanks to Trump. So I think all around this guy's done an amazing job within the last 4 weeks. You know what I'm saying? Less than a month. He's done an amazing job. So the only thing left is, to me, is the no taxes on overtime, no taxes on tips, is what he promised. You know what I'm saying? I think he's already presented something. And then bringing down the cost of food. Him talking to Brett Baer is basically saying, look, what we got to do is make the economy stronger. What we got to do is control the spending right now. And we got to try to get this inflation down. We're doing measures. We got forensic audits in place. You know, Treasury Department, he's about to send Elon Musk, after he's done with that, to the military, different, you know, to try to audit to see what is going on. You know, save America money. He also was saying, while signing the executive orders, what he wants to do is try to enrich America, right? So instead of what Joe Biden was doing, just giving these, you know, countries like billions of dollars, like Zelensky just come here and then go back to Ukraine with billions of dollars, right? He said, instead of doing stuff like that with all the African nations and whoever else is getting billions of dollars from us, what we want to do is get minerals, right? Because there was a rumor going on, shout out to everybody, Thug Life. There was a rumor going on that Zelensky was offering Donald Trump minerals, you know what I'm saying, the American government minerals in exchange for assistance, you know, to make sure that they wouldn't stop, you know, supplying them with aid, you know what I mean, to help them, you know, with this proxy war that's going on, you know. So that's a rumor. But when you heard Trump sit down and sign these executive orders, and he said, like, yo, we're not just going to be giving billions of dollars to these countries anymore. We want something for it. So whether it's minerals, land, whatever it is, we want something for the money that we're giving you. And it's not just going to be us giving you money. It's going to be in the form of a loan. He said there's no reason why the United States should be having a deficit, you know what I'm saying, or owing money to Canada, or owing money to the UK, and owing money to, like, you know, African nations, and owing money to, like, it's no reason for it. Right? If you're one of the richest countries in the world and you're out here policing all of these different countries, why are we running deficits with these countries? It makes no sense. If they want money, it's going to be in the form of a loan, or we're going to need something for the money that we're giving them. Right? That is business. Any other country would do it. But for some reason, the United States felt like operating for years, just throwing away money and getting nothing in return. And what has that gotten us? $36 trillion in debt. So you sitting here looking at a man trying to fix this situation in front of your face. You know what I'm saying? So he said he gotta figure out all this stuff, and then he's gonna sit down and try to you know, the grocery pricing. He's trying to figure out how to way to do it. But you know, he's got to strengthen America and strengthen the economy first, is what he's working on, right? You can't get everything in less than a month, but the amount of things we've got within a month is insane, right? Insane. If he's able to bring down the cost of groceries and things like that within this year, I will be impressed, right? Some people are expecting him to just get in right now and do it. No, it takes time. He don't even have everybody that he wants confirmed yet. Give him time. You see what I'm saying? You know what I mean? But shout out to Trump. I think he did an amazing job. But we're going to get into this, you know, and let me show y'all this before we get into this. What is up with Elizabeth Warren? She is wilding, right? Let me show y'all Elizabeth Warren. Because they kind of ran down on Elizabeth Warren. She been out of pocket. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Marlon Wayans and Soulja Boy going at it right now. It's kind of funny, you know what I mean? But shout out to Marlon Wayans, shout out to Soulja Boy. Soulja Boy, you know what I mean? Help me get the first microphone. You know what I'm saying? That I had, you know what I mean? Like, yo, well, gave me some advice on it. Shout out to him. But as far as Elizabeth Warren, I feel like what Trump called her today, Pocahontas. Today, in the Oval Office, Donald Trump called her Pocahontas. Bruh, we was laughing on the live. We was going crazy. Like, I cannot believe it. It was lit. He called her Pocahontas. But anyway, Pocahontas up here, right? And she gets ran down on by a reporter. He's asking her questions because if y'all been paying attention, she's been very against Elon Musk having access to the Treasury Department, trying to see what the Treasury officers are doing, right? What they're signing off on, and you know where the money is going. She doesn't want Elon Musk to have the ability to see that. Why? And this lady, Elizabeth Warren, she used to cry about wanting us to have a transparent government. But this year, her tune has changed to, it seems like she's serving other people that may not even be the American citizen. It just seems like that. I'm not saying that it's the facts. I'm just saying it seems like that, right? Because she's standing in the way of progress. And she ended up posting something saying that a judge ended up filing a temporary injunction against Donald Trump to stop the dismantling of USAID. She posted that not too long ago on her Twitter, right? She don't even want, she don't want that dismantled. She don't want nothing to do with ending corruption and throwing away and wasting money. She wants nothing like that to be stopped. Hit the like button, subscribe to the channel, Thug Life. She don't want none of that to stop. She don't even like RFK. She said, oh, he's wacky and this and that. And, you know, he wants to open up the ability for people to be able to sue vaccination company. This is what she said. I didn't say it. She said this. Remember we reacted to the video of her saying that? This is why she's upset with Robert Kennedy, because she said like lawyers will be able to profit off of suing them. Well, excuse me, Elizabeth Warren. If, hey, you making something out here that's causing issues, I think people should be able to sue. And especially when you got governments that will force people to get stuff like this, I think people should be able to sue. I don't think that, he can't even say his name all like that. I don't think that Kennedy is wrong about that. But she had a big problem with that. She stood up for the company instead of standing up for the American people. I was taken by like, yo, what? But anyway, the reporter runs down on Pocahontas, right? He's talking to her. And he wants to know, we're talking at her, why is she trying to stop people from understanding or finding out about waste that is being spent, or money that's being wasted and spent? He's asking her questions. She's running away from him. This is an elected lady.
To shut down.
Senator Warren, why are you so afraid of transparency? Why are you bothered by the fact that Elon Musk is attempting to expose all of this fraud?
Why are you afraid of transparency?
Fraudulent spending. What is that about? What is the problem here? What is the problem with transparency? Do not touch me. Do not touch me. Senator Warren, I just want to answer a question. How did you get a $12 million net worth on a $200,000 salary in
How did you get a $12 million net worth from a $200,000 salary? Talk to her. Thug Life. He asking her a question. Don't y'all ever wonder why a lot of these politicians, how are they getting millions? How are they worth millions and millions of dollars? And you look at their salary and it doesn't make sense. You can say, okay, well, maybe they did a book deal. Maybe they ended up, you know what I mean, doing like a speech for $1 million and maybe they did like $10 million speeches or something. I don't know what it is. How are these judges, Supreme Court, Thug Life, how are they worth millions? But then you got to look at Nancy Pelosi. Hey, Joe Biden came out against her and said, hey, people like her don't need to be able to be investing. I ain't say that. Joe Biden said that. Right? There's a lot of speculation. And then, like, you know, they got time to where they disclose their investments, right? They don't have, like, they got, like, I forget what the window is of time. It's like, it's a long time. Like, they got, so they have to disclose, like, what their investments were. You know, if you followed, like, Nancy Pelosi's investments, you'd be rich. She knows something. How is she worth so much money? Oh, well, her husband. This lady, Elizabeth Warren, right? Anti-billionaire, anti-millionaire, her speeches and all of that. How is she worth $12 million? He's asking her this.
How did you get a $12 million net worth on a $200,000 salary in Congress?
Thank you.
How did you do that?
Excuse me.
How did you do that? You can keep trying to block my camera. We're on a public sidewalk, so...
They just smile, screw you over, smile, walk away from you, smile, screw you over. This is why they want control of social media. In my opinion. Why they went after TikTok. TikTok is just letting you see, like, what's going on. You know what I mean? You know, they implemented legislation to remove TikTok. People starting to wake up like, yo, this is what your government is doing to you. Back in the 90s, you didn't really see it like this, but now you can just see how, like, the corruption that they're doing and just ignoring you and just keep doing it. They don't have to answer to you or me or nobody. They just walk right by you like you ain't nothing. Meanwhile, they're getting richer and richer and richer.
Problem with transparency. Do not touch me. Do not.
And she got a problem with transparency.
Touch me. Senator Warren, I just want to answer a question. How did you get a $12 million net worth on a $200,000 salary in Congress?
Thank you.
How did you do that?
Excuse me.
How did you do that? You can keep trying to block my camera. We're on a public sidewalk, so... Get off of me. So you don't want to answer that question. What is it about DOGE that's such a problem to you? You just elbowed me, Senator. I got that on camera.
Excuse us. Thank you.
Transparency is your enemy.
The shutdown.
He was capping about that elbow. She didn't almost elbow him. He was capping. I seen it. I ran it back earlier. But as far as like everything else, I don't know. These people, man. Who are they working for? I don't like. And Elizabeth Warren, who is she working for?
When you look at the politicians that have been in there sucking the blood out of it, when you look at all of the fake deals, I mean, look, all you have to do is get a list of all of the things you can see by the heading. It's fake, it's fraudulent, it's probably kickbacks.
There has, however, been a bit of criticism about the policy. Former National Security Advisor John Bolton is among those arguing it will undermine vital U.S. alliances.
What do y'all think about like her just like running by? I ain't gotta say nothing to you. Who you think you is? I ain't gotta talk to you. And she just
Former National Security
rocks right on by. What right on by? What y'all think about that? What y'all think about that?
in an ever more dangerous world. We'll hear more from him later. The Harvard mathematician, a podcast superstar, Dr. Eric Weinstein, however, sees things very differently. He says the destruction of USAID shows that everything pivotal since World War II was in part unreal. We're here to unpack just what he means by that is Eric Weinstein. Eric, great to have you back on Uncensored. I just want to read you a few things that have emerged that were being financed by USAID.
He said, follow the bread.
idea. $100,000 for bicycle safety equipment for Hispanic immigrants. $47,000 for a transgender opera in Colombia. $1.5 million to advance DEI in Serbian workplaces. $20 million for Iraqi Sesame Street. Hundreds of millions to fund growing poppies in Afghanistan. Now, these are the sort of headline-grabbing elements of this, which people have generally responded by going, what the hell are we doing? Spending American taxpayer money on such apparently ludicrous things. But you think there's a more serious thing at play here. Tell me about it.
Well, I think the problem is that Americans in general have not been brought in.
Uptown Monty said you got random white people in here loving you. What are you talking about?
To a circle of trust with our foreign-facing apparatus, the Defense Department, State Department, and the intelligence services. And
Can I ask y'all, like, the people that, like, I don't mind. Hey, you can be whatever political party you want, but, like, I always see, like Uptown, right? I don't know what you are. I think you're kind of like Democrat, right? Nothing wrong with you being like, you be whatever you want to be. Why do y'all get like so emotional when facts get thrown around? Clown, this and that and the third. I don't like it. I don't like it. Why y'all be doing stuff like that? You don't be going that far. He got random white people liking you. Like, why is it? Who cares? Like, if a person's white or like, why do we always got to put a race on all that? If somebody's supporting, they supporting. You just supporting. I ain't gonna be like, oh, the white people support me. The black people support. Like, that's what we be messing up. I understand. Somebody said, the juggernaut funny. He just upset, like, bro, hey, let me tell you this. You don't have, on your birth certificate, it doesn't say Democrat on there. Did you know that? I know the hood be tricking us. It don't say that. It don't say you gotta be on welfare on your birth certificate. It don't say that on there. It don't say you gotta get food stamps, you gotta get Section 8. It don't say that. Why y'all be loving that so much? Why do y'all be aspiring for that? Why y'all mad at somebody that want to work for what he get? Why is that a problem? Is your favorite rapper a Democrat or something? What is this? And guess what? I know a lot of your favorite rappers, and you know they followed me, right? And some of them that you think are Democrat are not. They're just not going to say it because you're going to get emotional and not buy their albums. Democrat does not mean black. It is a party. They haven't done anything for you. Let me show you something, and this is going to make you emotional, real emotional. Elon Musk ended up posting, you probably going to get mad. Let me type it. What's his name? Elon Musk. He be tweeting a lot. Let's see if it's still up there. Because this is something you might need to see. Right? He be like mad active on his Twitter. Like Elon be wilding on his Twitter. But it's yeah, he like way too active. But I'm gonna show you something because if I don't see it here, I'm gonna go to my all right, let me show you something real quick. Because I ended up responding to it. I even got a little emotional when I seen it, right? All right. How welfare destroyed black families. Elon Musk ended up like quote tweeting this, right? It says in 1960, before the welfare state's expansion, 22% of black children were raised with only one parent. So that was 22% in 1960 before welfare state's expansion. Then it says by 1985, after the welfare state's expansion, 67% of black children were raised with only one parent or no parents. By 1985, that's what was going on. By 2016, after nearly 60 years of welfare, 73% of black children were born to unmarried mothers. What has welfare gotten you? Like, let me, what has it gotten you, dog? I got a little emotional. I seen that. So I posted this real quick, but then I did some research and I'm like, it's kind of right. It says U.S. social assistance recipients, right? 43% are white. 8% Asian Pacific Islander or Alaskan Native American Indian. 23% are black, right? So I ended up posting that. Hispanic, 26%. I ended up posting that, but the majority is white. You see what I'm saying? We gonna keep it real. But this is showing like how many, when I was growing up, because y'all Democrats don't even understand. When I was growing up, when I seen a mother and a father in the house, I thought it was weird. I was like, dog, your dad live with you? Like, yeah. Like, what? Yeah, he in the house. What? What is it like having a dad? Like this is crazy. Somebody said, you remember what LBJ said? Yes. Give them something and they'll be slaves forever. We always won't. All right, let's get it together. Let's get it together. Get out here and make some money. Stop depending on the government. The Democrats gonna help me. No, they have not. They've been selling the country out. In my opinion.
They don't know about the concept of hybrid warfare. And
he said your new moderator cut me off. What did he say? What did he say? Was he wilding? I don't know. What did he say?
They're looking in part at this bizarre laundry list.
Marvin said subsidy.
That is comprised of.
Hey, I ain't got no control over that. The moderator's moderating. All right? She got the floor. Mom Magazine helped me get over 100,000 subscribers. Hey, she moderating. Y'all gotta put respect on Mom Magazine's name. We rocking with her.
Of actual aid, attempts to destabilize other regimes, including.
Yeah, and then Johnny Harris said, my son's friends thought it was strange that they had a dad that picked them up from school. Yes, I thought it was weird. Like, why that, bro? It was weird, bro. Like, what? You got your whole family there? That's supposed to be normal. I grew up in the hood, Kinsman, Cleveland, Ohio, thug life, all that. Buckeye, all that. 116th, it is what it is. Warrensville, all of that. Very few people had both parents in the house. So when I'm reading you this is, in my opinion, a fact. And y'all be like bootlicking the Democrats. Why? When Charlemagne the God interviewed Kamala Harris, and the guy was in the room with Kamala Harris, and he asked her, he said, all right, so the African Americans, we've been giving you guys, I feel like I'm in a good place to speak. I'm business owners. I got this many employees, blah, 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 blah. Like, he went in, right? Then he was like, well, I got a question for you, Kamala. Why is it that you feel like African Americans should continue to like vote for you guys if you guys haven't given us anything? Like, in terms of like what you promised us, 40 acres and a mule, all of that. He said this on the iHeartRadio Charlemagne the God Kamala Harris interview, and you couldn't react to it because you would get hit with a copyright. They protected that interview, right? But you can just go on there and just watch it, right? What did she say? After she tried to spin it, she was like, well, we can ensure that you get a loan. Who does a loan like benefit? It could benefit us in different ways, right? But it benefits the banks. She turned around and told them, we gonna benefit the banks. That's what she did. And she told her she grew up in a small town. And I don't want to hear that, Kamala. How many times you gonna say that? Get with the program.
Democratically elected ones.
So if you're not going to do all of this, give us a fighting chance. I felt like I had a fighting chance in the Trump. That's what I felt. But y'all won't. I mean, do you want to invest money in the stock market? All right, you start doing it. Guess what happens? Guess what you win? You win capital gains taxes. Democrats just want to raise them and raise them and raise them because they don't want you to try. They want you to depend on them. Ain't nothing like making money and then finding out you got to pay all these taxes. When Cardi B got her first million or whatever, she said she had to pay like $300,000 in taxes. That's a lot of money, dog. For what? For them to go and give our money to other countries for a Sesame Street show? For them to make comic books in a different country? It's insane. It's literally insane.
Pure payoffs so that we can keep certain people happy, as well as paying, just graft to our own people who are part of the system. So what you're looking at is an incredibly heterogeneous laundry list of bizarre items that you can't sort easily, and you can't figure out, where is somebody trying to reduce malaria, and where is somebody...
Marvin said eggs. Yo, what?
Paying for a transgendered rock opera to be performed in Tehran,
Yeah, we're paying for a transgender rock opera to be paid for in Tehran. Like, what are we doing with our money? And Elizabeth Warren don't want you to know nothing about it.
It all looks very, very bizarre because you don't understand that what we are in is a continuation of hybrid warfare into an actual hybrid civil war. You're in the middle of a civil war that would be understood if you'd understood the concept of hybrid war to begin with. The question is, do you understand who the two sides are?
You said an interesting thing. You said it's equivalent to the "you can't handle the truth" scene in A Few Good Men, the Jack Nicholson, Tom Cruise movie. Is this a case of America just can't handle the truth?
Well, I think people don't understand what that film was. We remember it as Tom Cruise playing Lieutenant Caffey as the good guy, and Jack Nicholson playing Colonel Nathan Jessup as the bad guy. And that's not at all what Aaron Sorkin actually did. The reason it's a great film is that those are two halves, representing two halves of America. It's interesting. I didn't know you were going to play that clip. when Israel was commenting in the wake of its pager and walkie-talkie attacks about what the intelligence community actually is, they gave an interview to CBS making the following statement. We make like Truman Show. Everything is controlled by us behind the scene. In their experience, everything is normal. Everything was 100% kosher, including businessmen, marketing, engineers, showroom, everything. Shell companies over shell companies to affect the supply chain to our favor. We create a pretend world. We are a global production company. We write the screenplay. We're the directors. We're the producers. We're the main actors. And the world is our...
Uptown said Piperboy sold his soul for that 1,200 stimulus. I ain't getting no stimulus. I had to work.
Stage. This is how the IC, the intelligence...
Do you like that Hunter Biden was pardoned, sir? Liz Cheney, do you love that?
Community worldwide sees itself as this thing that sits atop normal civil society. And in so doing, it presents us a world that is simply untrue, and it's untrue at many levels. It's untrue scientifically. You talk about taxpayer money. That's really how Elon is going to itself as this thing, what this network is and how it functions. If you go after the money, and then you're going to end up going after, once you do that, you're going to go after the data. So what he's really going to do is he's going to get access to the data, and he's going to figure out, as you cut things off, what stopped.
Bro, if I sold out, it'd be for a lot more than $1,200. A lot more than that.
Functioning. No one quite knows that I know how the New York Times is wired to Harvard University, is wired to the Brookings Institution. And as such, it's very strange when you see a spontaneous consensus, because consensus effectively never...
Jose Gonzalez with the 199, he said, great topic. We do need less government. Shout out to you. And then Blanche is a subscriber. Blanche Laura said they may have been pardoned here on there, but I can guarantee you that God sees and he knows, and I do not think he'll pardon the whole situation so easily. Tyson says folks mad over $9 eggs, but will still go to the club and blow their rent money. Exactly. And like, I mean, how many times, I think it was like 5 lives ago. Like we were like on grocery, like, what is it? Grocery websites. And we were showing like the cost of eggs, and they were nowhere near like $9. Like we were showing that they were actually like coming down in price. But you can buy the like super expensive eggs, but they've got like the $4.99 eggs and all of that. Like, so it just depends on what you want to buy. You know what I mean? But the prices is still high at the grocery store. I would like to see the prices come down. You know what I mean? But at the same time, like he's right. Like people will be complaining about the prices in their brand new Jordans, they brand new fitted caps, $59 fitted caps, complaining.
Forms in human experience. Think about any Thanksgiving dinner.
Yeah, and then Shaud Ornada said, I want to know what these dudes did with my tax money rather than what Trump did with his taxes. And then Blue Outlaw said, this is grand.
Had as an American or any family gathering, you've had like a Christmas dinner worldwide, people don't in general come to consensus. They have very interesting different points of view. That's what makes humanity interesting. These large consensus positions are effectively all orchestrated. And that is essentially how government has functioned. So what these people are talking about is, imagine waking up to find out that in particular the last 55 years, I would say, certainly post 63, but things got really intense around 1970, where effectively we live in a fabricated world in which we agree that we won't ask too many questions. And that's what all the concern is.
He's doing. Hey, Pierce Morgan, why you be having him on? He like mad boring, bro. I don't know why you be having that dude on so much. He be boring me.
Eric, then to John Bolton. You wrote about this at the weekend. Has anything changed your mind?
Well, I don't doubt there's a great deal of corruption, bureaucratic empire building, woke ideology infiltrating the judgments that were made, particularly during a Democrat administration, but I don't doubt that they do good things too. And I think it is a sensible thing to have a forensic accounting for a department that does seem to have been somewhat out of control. But I hope people who critique the department also recognize the malaria programs, saving lives. And there are synergistic benefits for the American taxpayer too, in the way that John Bolton described. But I would also add that this is a trivial issue in one way. The annual budget of this department, USAID, what is it, 50 billion, something like that? The level of the federal debt is 35, 36 trillion. And if this is an existential risk to the United States, and Donald Trump has talked about balancing the budget, I see no prospect of that happening with the tax cuts. Most of
Jay Cruz said he's a science guy.
the independent think tanks think he will add trillions to the deficit. The interest on this debt is something like $1 trillion a year. And unless there's a reduction in entitlements, unless there's a willingness to crack down on...
The interest on the debt is like $1 trillion a year. That's crazy.
Most of the independent think tanks think he will add trillions to the deficit. The interest on this debt is something like $1 trillion a year. And unless there's a reduction in entitlements, unless there's a willingness to crack down on corrupt tax avoidance, the infiltration of Congress by lobbyists, monopoly power in the corporate sector, I don't think that this existential risk is going to be alleviated by this battle over a pretty small department, even though I think in and of itself it's worth doing.
I mean, see, that's interesting because, like your last words, even in itself, it's worth doing because actually they've got to start somewhere. This is where they chose to start. Trump said yesterday, next is the education department. Elon's going to get stuck into that. Then every other department, the Pentagon, they're everywhere. And actually, I feel that most Americans are completely on board with this. They're like, there's clearly all sorts of crap lurking under the bonnet here, and they're going to get it out. And they're going to use these young geeks who are brilliant computer whiz kids to root out where the overspends come. Now, there are inherent dangers.
And you got to, like, I mean, you can't use like these dinosaurs that are in the office like to do it because they haven't done it. They're too, I would say, intertwined with special interests to try to comb through the Treasury Department and figure out like where all the money is going. Like no, you need somebody like Elon Musk and Vivek. Go ahead and do it. Here you go. Here's the go do it. Figure out what's going on. You can't write code. You can't do none of that, but you can view and see what's going on. Like, yeah, I ain't got no problem with that. As an American citizen that pays, right, taxes and everything, right? I'm an American citizen. I want some of my Social Security. If I make it to get old, right? Because they keep making it to you gotta be older in order to get in all that. Hopefully you die off. You know what I mean? But I want to be able to get something. Like, I paid into that. So if Elon Musk is going to do things to try to save the United States money and bloat, I want to shake his hand for that. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to him.
Thing that sits atop normal civil society. And in so doing,
Hold on.
Dangers, which Eric, I thought, outlined very skillfully. But actually, Sinclair, I mean, I just, if I was an American, I'd be like, yeah, get stuck into this. It's clearly the tip of the iceberg.
The American people are all for the cracked ancient scroll kid going in and dismantling all of this under DOGE. And the problem is people like John Bolton who go on here, and I'm starting to realize why Trump revoked his security clearances and called him a very dumb person, because he sits here and he holds up his award from USAID and talks about how reform was needed decades ago and did absolutely nothing. Instead, we're sending Big Bird over to Baghdad for $20 million.
Isn't that crazy? Sending Big Bird over to Baghdad for $20 million. That's crazy.
We have $10 million being sent for meals that are inadvertently funding and supporting al-Qaeda-backed groups in Syria. This is absurd, and the American people are tired of this. This has been terrorism, bureaucratic terrorism against the American people, and a lot of people are upset because guess what? They're going to leave the federal government, and they're going to have to actually acquire marketable skills and work for a living, because this has just been, as Mike Cernovich said, white-collar welfare, and these people are making obscene amounts of money. They are in the top 5% of earners running these NGOs that are being
somebody said something about Trump pardoning the Proud Boys, right? What, I mean, they've been in jail for how long? Like, why? How long do you think they need to be in jail, bro? You act like they like that dude was the one that was capping people or something. Like, why you think he need to be in jail for like the rest of his life for that? Like, I'm just wondering, like, why do you think he needs to be in jail for the rest of his life? I think a lot of those guys got over-sentenced. The January 6th committee, I think, over-sentenced a lot of people. Some people deserve this. I'm not saying everybody. Some people deserve their sentence, but a lot of people were over-sentenced. And the January 6th committee, right? If they were so thorough and everything was so on the up and up, how did they lose all of that information out of nowhere? Because I thought you couldn't just like lose information and delete things. Because remember when Hillary Clinton, she was deleting emails and all of that, allegedly, that's what she was doing. You know, that's like illegal to do. So they ended up losing all of that information. Like, I mean, I thought they had like ironclad like information. Like, why all of a sudden, like, they lose stuff? Like, I mean, I think some people deserve the prison sentences. Some people did, but a lot of those people were overcharged. You know what I'm saying? I think they were overcharged and I think they were oversentenced. That's what I think. So if he wanted to pardon some of them people, bro, after Joe Biden and pardon, Hunter Biden gave him an unconditional pardon for what, like 8-9 years for whatever he could have done. And Hunter Biden's laptop is showing him running around with people that look like very young. It's all over Twitter. The contents. He got the white girl. He doing all that. Like, bruh. He's pardoned. Liz Cheney, the war hawk, is pardoned. Dr. Fauci is pardoned. And you got a problem with a Proud Boy being pardoned? But you're cool with Joe Biden pardoning Fauci and pardoning Hunter Biden. Y'all cool with that? And pardoning some people from the January 6th. Like, come on, bro. It's ridiculous.
Funneled through USAID and making $400,000 a year to disperse DEI in Serbia. It's insane.
Eric, was anything that John Bolton said?
James Scott said Uptown Marty is naive and probably only looks things up on Google. Like, look at the people that Trump pardoned. Like, you would be like, oh, okay, like, 5 years is a little bit excessive for this. You know what I mean? It's like some of them things maybe a year. Maybe a lot of them may be probation. A lot of them didn't really need to like go to jail for like 4 years. Like a lot of them didn't. Y'all don't even know. Like a lot of y'all never even watched the video.
Right. I mean, did you find yourself nodding to anything he said?
You're in a situation in which he's talking about a bit of ancient history from the Reagan administration. There's been a huge change in what USAID
What's up, Jamie Leah 87? She's a member on the channel. Shout out Thug Life.
does recently. It's always been problematic. It's become much more so. And I think one of the things people have to realize is that in part, they view this as funding the war internally on dissenting Americans. I don't think it's any accident that Elon has started here. I don't think that this thing about the whiz kids, we're starting to create this theater around what Elon is doing. Elon is very clever in making this about a monetary outrage when the deeper question about it is, why is a portion of the U.S. government targeting non-participating Americans who don't even know that they are against this whole of society approach, because nobody ever signed them up. Nobody told them it was going on. And there is a suspicion.
And then y'all be cool. This is what I don't understand about some of y'all, right? Y'all be cool with Biden hiring 86 or 89,000 or 86,000 IRS agents, right? Y'all cool with that. For him to come after us. But then Hunter Biden cannot pay $1 million of taxes. And he gets pardoned for it. I don't understand. So y'all are cool with us having to abide by the laws and they don't have to? I ain't cool with that. And I've said, yo, I had to stop. I had to stop him from talking. I had to stop him from talking. I see what you're saying, Anna.
That basically our federal apparatus has moved into destroying.
Meanwhile, Uptown ain't sent one super chat. Responding to him for free. They always want something for free, don't they? Responding to him for free. We all giving him attention. He want attention. Even when it's negative, we still give him attention. Ain't one super chat. That's how these people are.
American lives for dissenting Americans. And I think that that's really the issue. You can talk about wizards and line item issues and the fairness about how people got rich, and that's not really the key thing. The real thing is that this is a hybrid civil war.
Matthew, I mean, I keep thinking to myself,
James Scott said, Uptown Marty has no facts for anything. He's just emotional. Emotional. He's probably been indoctrinated in the hood, walking around. If you think you're a Republican, you might get beat up. Then he just, you know what I mean? You slave to your captors, you know what I'm saying? You start getting Stockholm syndrome and all of that. And then you just really believe you are part of the Democratic Party. Al Sharpton. Look at Al Sharpton. He looked like one of us. He's a Democrat. I'm going to roll with them. That's how they be thinking. And then they get lost in their thinking, right? And then they don't know any facts about politics, none of it. And they just vote off of emotion. I've burned a lot of people on like Twitter, like arguing, and they lost the arguments on TikTok. Just like some very well-known people lost their arguments because their arguments are emotional.
how much I'd love Elon Musk to get stuck into, say, the NHS here in the UK, a health system that has...
But then they forget that Joe Biden had a problem when they wanted to integrate like schools and busing and everything. He didn't want his kids going to a jungle. Y'all remember that? But Uptown will sit here and argue up and down for Joe Biden. But Joe Biden ain't want his kids around nobody like Uptown. But then they'll say Trump's the racist. Even though Joe Biden supported the crime bill and Trump signed the First Step Act to get people out of jail. But they will say Trump is the racist. Even though Joe Biden goes on the Breakfast Club and say, if you don't vote for me, you ain't black. But they say Trump is the racist. And they don't even talk about Joe Biden like giving a speech at the K persons that passed away. Yeah. Guess who gave a speech honoring him? Looked like it was what's his name? Joe Biden. But then they will say Trump is the race. Like, come on, bro. Get out of here.
Become consumed with bureaucracy and massive wasting of money and so on. And you just think someone with his brain and drive and vigor getting under the bonnet of the NHS could only help us. So, I mean, do you not think that there's a sort of force for good essentially here, albeit a slightly flawed one?
Yeah, the thing I was most excited about by Trump winning the last election is what they would do at DOGE. Because the British state and many other Western states are massively, radically inefficient. We can't build things, massive overspend. The NHS you've described, most of the government departments haven't had a proper audit for years. So this is highly disruptive. And I think people find it completely infuriating. The thing that you said about these departments working with the media to mark their own homework is a complete rip-off of the taxpayer. One tiny might seem...
Hold on. Let me read this. We must never forget President Joe Biden's past. President Joe Biden wants Americans to remember their country's racist legacy. We should take this advice. Biden spoke in Oklahoma Tuesday on the 100th anniversary of the Tulsa massacre in one of our country's more shameful events. One we must learn from, condemn unconditionally, and never forget. White racist murderers estimated of hundreds and destroyed more than 1,000 structures throughout the wealthy black community of Greenwood. The Klan was founded just 6 years before, Biden said, and one of the reasons why it was founded was because of guys like me who were Catholic. Interesting. Then why did you do the eulogy? At somebody was involved in the KKK. I'm just saying. I had to be fair. I said it. He was against racism, but I had to bring that up.
Seem like a
I
trivial
know AP News is trying to go against it.
example, but I used to be a sports person, as you know, many years ago.
Very fine table tennis player.
Former Olympian. And there is a department, a Quango, so a quasi-autonomous department of the state called Sport England, that had to try and increase the amount of sports participation in the UK, had a huge budget, and failed miserably. So the bureaucrats changed the criteria on which they would...
Let me show you how liberal media tries to fix the KKK thing, right? So Biden did not eulogize former KKK Grand Wizard, right? But listen to this. It says, claim when former KKK Grand Wizard Robert Byrd died in 2010, he was eulogized by Democratic presidential candidate Joe Biden. AP's assessment, partly false. Biden did eulogize Senator Robert C. Byrd when he died, but Byrd was not a Grand Wizard in the Ku Klux Klan. He was a member of the Ku Klux Klan. They can't even defend this! They can't even try to spin this. They said, well, he wasn't the Grand Wizard, but he was a member. Uptown, like, false, false. They got his mind. Hey, they don't like the proof.
Judged. But they put it in the small print of the reports that they pump out there.
Yeah, I showed proof everything. He don't want to hear. That's the AP News. They call it the election. He don't want to. He don't even want to read that.
But I looked through the small. As a journalist, I thought I'm going to look through this, and I pointed it out in my.
You just repeated liberal media. Aren't you a liberal?
Column in the Times. And what do you think? What do you think happened? They came back and started quibbling. And I thought, okay, I'm going to engage with the press officer here. The press officer, paid for by the state, to try and defend the waste of the state. And when I won that argument, they brought in a contractor on a very high fee to defraud us even more. Now, that in microcosm is what happens with the empire building. You know, many sociologists...
He said they said false. Look, can you read? Can you read? Do you know how to read? It said AP's assessment, partly false. Biden did eulogize Senator Robert C. Byrd when he died, but Byrd was not a Grand Wizard in the Ku Klux Klan. He was a member of the KKK in the early 1940s. What are you talking about?
Sociologists have talked about this. And you look at the number of regulations that keep increasing year by year, but there's no department to start, as it were, shaving away. And Musk has talked about, was it Gulliver, with all these regulations, string, what does he call it? Like nooses around the neck of the American economy. That is a coherent argument. But I do worry about Musk himself. Some of the...
Now he wants to say Trump didn't let black people live in his community. Bruh, come on, man. Come on, man. Uptown try to act like we don't be tearing stuff up. I'm sorry. It's what it is. We be tearing up. Can't get mad at Trump about that one. I can't.
Tweets he's put out about the UK, which I know well, are completely.
We start. He said that's a fact. We start setting up trap houses. Trump, like, I ain't about to have that in my community. What you mean you don't want us to set up trap houses? What you mean? You don't want 12-inch subwoofers blasting down the street. Which Trump trying to have a peaceful neighborhood. They like, nah, we got to bring them Chargers and them Hellcats up in there.
Fantasy. And I worry that he's not applying the empirical rigor that we see in his business to some of his political interaction. His flirtation with the far right in Germany worries me deeply.
Yeah, I mean, that's just clear. He's a curious one, Elon Musk, because I kind of agree. Like, a lot of his tweets can be very ill-informed, intemperate, or plain wrong. You know, he's called for the British Prime Minister to be imprisoned, for female ministers to be imprisoned, and so on, for no good reason that's based on any evidence. Right. Which I, you know, both Matthew and I would share a view that we think that's completely over the top and just inaccurate. However, when it comes to building amazing companies in America, or now getting his teeth stuck in to the biggest company of all, the federal government, and really crunching those numbers, I can't think of anyone better equipped to do it. So, you know, it's not like I think everything Elon does is right, but I do think he's an unbelievable breath of fresh air to destabilizing and dismantling very, very, very restrictive, bloated, overspending government institutions.
I would agree. And I think people like Matthew, I'm so tired of the same old arguments. It's very reminiscent of Trump in 2015, 2016, 2017, 2018 about the mean tweets. Everyone likes to obsess over Elon's post on X, but it's just a tired argument. And what he's doing, he was the first person to go in and say,
hey, I mean, if we want like these nice neighborhoods to start letting us in, we got to stop, you know, robbing people. I'm just saying, like, carjacking people. We got to stop all that.
Where is all of this money going? Are we even able to audit this? Why have we not been able to pass an audit literally ever? And he is the person to go in and do the job. And he's done a phenomenal job at this throughout his companies. And many people will say, well, the federal government's not a company. It is wasting as if it is.
I mean, am I lying? Jeff said you wrong for that one. Hey, I mean, we do want to live in them nice neighborhoods, but I remember them days living in the hood and just, you can't stop at the street light. You know what I'm saying? You got to roll through the red light slowly. You got to creep because you don't know what's going to happen. You know, going to the grocery store, you got to have the blicky on you. I mean, they don't want to live like that. Like, we think it's cool. It's, you know what I mean? The rap culture, we think it's cool. You know what I mean? Run up on people, just take money from them and stuff. Like, they don't want that. They trying to chill. They with their family. Next thing you know, they door get kicked in. Boom! Lay it down. Dog life. Trump like, no. Hey, yeah, hey, it's what y'all be doing. I'm just saying.
is a bloated company, and he's going to do a fantastic job at getting rid of these federal bureaucrats who are doing nothing. They're getting paid for no-show jobs. And he was the first person to actually ask, where is this going? Why can't we just go in there and audit all of the data? Why don't we have one area where we can see exactly where all of the money is being spent? So I think this is going to be a net positive for the American people. And I think anyone saying otherwise...
Man, don't get mad. I'm just saying, bro. Coming out the grocery store, you getting in your nice car. You turn around, Leroy, get out the car. Like, no, Leroy. I gotta get these Jordans. Get out. No, like, I work for this, Leroy. Please don't do this to me, Leroy. Get out the car now. Trump let y'all live here. Like, I don't care about that.
And trying to redirect to his far-right tweets in the UK is really just upset that he's doing the job and doing it well when nobody else could.
Yeah, Eric, this issue of transparency, I touched on this earlier, but just to hone in. For example, the JFK files, or what we know about UFOs, taking the few good men analogy, in America you can't handle the truth. If it turned out that hidden in the JFK files was evidence that the CIA killed JFK, if it turned out that there are indeed a bunch of aliens being held and some of them could destroy the entire planet in 10 seconds, etc. In other words, if the worst nightmare scenarios were stuck away in these files and Donald Trump and Elon go, here you go, bang, and out it all goes, and it causes utter...
Uptown, like, Trump won't let us in, like... We got to get up in there. Some of them cars got some nice rims on them. When they sleep, I'm gonna roll up in that driveway and get that car from them.
Mayhem, and perhaps even civil uprisings and so on. Could America handle the truth? Is it not incumbent on governments occasionally to not tell their people the truth?
The level of non-truth telling is the issue. The easiest win for both Elon and Trump is to show that the other side, that is the traditional side, both Republicans and Democrats, cannot be trusted. Then you will rebuild trust in those who finally flung open the vaults and said, we are the ones to tell you. That is the easiest move. And, to disagree slightly, I think, with Ashley, you have a situation in which the easy part is doing the disclosures. The hard part is understanding what they mean. Imagine you were in Israel and in the wake of October 7th, you did a line item audit of the security group and you said, I can't believe it. We're actually paying to provide low-cost pagers and walkie-talkies to Hezbollah as well as giving them tech support. Are we out of our minds? The problem is when you're looking at all of this, you don't know what you're looking at. Now, the standard way of doing this, if you're doing a corporate take...
You've just come from Panama, and you said that your meetings in Panama went well. After them, President Trump said that we're going to take the canal back, or something very powerful is going to happen. What's going to happen?
Well, I hope nothing's going to happen, and it shouldn't, because look, the president's point is we gave the canal in a treaty to Panama. We didn't give it to China. You come back 20 years later and you go to the canal, and on the entry points of both sides of the canal is a Chinese-linked company. Back when I was visiting there yesterday, the ship behind me, just over my shoulder, was a Hong Kong shipping vessel. And so their presence, not just in the canal, but in Panama writ large, is very disturbing.
So ridding their presence could solve this whole problem?
Well, we didn't give the canal to China. I mean, it's a violation of the treaty. What I told President Molino yesterday was that President Trump's made a preliminary determination that that there's a violation of the treaty. You're in violation of the treaty because a sovereign other country, a third country, has effective control over the canal area. And this, absent serious measures, we're going to have to preserve our rights under the treaty. Now, obviously there are a lot of options in that regard, and I think people speculate things, but I don't think we'll ever get to that point, and shouldn't get to that point. So we had a very frank conversation. Since then, they've taken some steps. They announced that they're going to get out of the Bolton Road initiative. We'd like to see more, and we hope to see more in the days to come. The government doesn't control the canal. It's run by an independent agency, the Canal Zone. So they have to go through some legal steps that they have to carry out. But my hope ultimately is that we can get back to a point where that canal is what it was meant to be, which is a place where the United States and Panama are working in partnership. It's free it's open for everyone, and that no foreign power through their companies or any other means has the ability to use it against us in a time of conflict and impede travel through it, because it would be devastating.
Could easily get resolved without the United States taking direct operational control of the canal.
Yeah, there's a lot of options, and I'm not going to preclude any options about what the...
Somebody said Rubio can lie in 2 languages. Yeah. Yo, my chat is like no holds barred, bro.
The final outcome looks like, but at a prerequisite baseline, we cannot continue to have the Chinese and through their companies exercising effective control of the canal area, and that needs to happen. I was pretty clear, and I hope that we'll see additional steps in the days to come to reaffirm that.
So you're now the head of USAID. The head of DOGE, Elon Musk, called USAID a criminal organization and added that it is time for it to die. Do you agree with that?
Let me walk you through the history of this agency, because I've dealt with it for 14 years in the United States Senate. It was created as a way of doing humanitarian assistance in the world, separate from the State Department at the time. But it said you have to take policy direction from the Secretary of State, the National Security Council, the White House, and all elements of government. They have basically evolved into an agency that believes that they're not even a U.S. government agency, that they are a global charity, that they take the taxpayer money and they spend it as a global charity, irrespective of whether it is in the national interest or not in the national.
That's crazy. Rubio's basically telling you what it is. This is insane.
Interest. One of the most common complaints you will get if you go to embassies around the world from State Department officials and ambassadors and the like is USAID is not only not cooperative, they undermine the work that we're doing in that country. They are supporting programs that upset the host government for whom we're trying to work with on a broader scale and so forth. So they're completely unresponsive. They just don't consider that they work for the U.S. They just think they're a global entity and that their master is the globe and not the United States. And that's not what the statute says, and that's not sustainable. President put a pause on all foreign aid. We found a lot of cooperation in the State Department, and we have issued dozens and dozens of waivers. As we go through all the foreign aid programs in the Department of State, the ones that make sense, we issue a waiver, they go back on. We've already done it for dozens of programs.
And you'll be issuing more waivers soon?
And we'll be doing so. For example, we did it today for some of the migrant flights that are going out of Panama.
What y'all think about this? Somebody said we pay billions of dollars to repair that broken canal and keep charging every American ship that passes. What the heck? Oh no, somebody said some of the thing. Hold on. Somebody said Mexicans protesting America with Americans flags is he said Mexicans protesting America with Mexican flags is wild. Yeah, like you don't like America, what you here for?
In our national interest to help them deport people that are headed towards the United States back to their home countries. And we'll issue some here today in El Salvador because they do a lot of cooperation with us on stopping drugs and stopping migration and so forth. So we're going through it at the State Department portion of foreign aid. We find cooperation. State Department people have been great, and we're issuing waivers and we're getting input and it's working. We go to USAID, which is a big chunk of foreign aid, $40 billion or so. They're completely uncooperative. They won't tell you what the programs are. They refuse to answer questions. They try to push through payments. Even after the executive order, they were still trying to push money through the system.
Can it be reformed, or does it need to die?
Well, that was always the goal, was to reform it. But now we have rank insubordination. Now we have basically an active effort where their basic attitude is, we don't work for anyone. We work for ourselves. No agency of government can tell us what to do. So the president made me the acting administrator. I've delegated that power to someone who's there full time, and we're going to go through the same process at USAID as we're going through now at the State Department. I think there are this is not about getting rid of foreign aid. There are things that we do through USAID that we should continue to do that makes sense. And we'll have to decide, is that better through the State Department or is that better through something, a reformed USAID? That's the process we're working through. There are things that are happening at USAID that we should not be involved in funding, or that we have a lot of questions about, but they're completely uncooperative. So we had no choice but to take dramatic steps to bring this thing under control.
So it could exist in...
Mike Singer said, I like this chat. Rolling Up said, word up. James Scott said, we live in a country where even the ones that say they hate won't leave. That's how you know we are great. Yeah, exactly. That's why I don't be understanding. Like, well, with America, y'all should be, all right, get out. Well, we don't want to leave. Oh, of course you don't. Then stop running your mouth.
In the future USAID.
Well, the aid, I think it's important to separate USAID from aid programs, okay? Because everybody's acting like somehow these aid programs are impossible without an agency.
It's very process-oriented. I mean, do you think that we'll still be the most generous nation on earth at the end of this process?
I think we'll be the most generous nation on earth, but we think we're going to be the most generous nation on earth in a way that makes sense, that's in our national interest. We are going to fund programs that make America stronger or safer or more prosperous. We're going to pay for things that make sense for the United States. The United States government is not a charity. It is not a global charity. There are a lot of global charities, and they should go to if you want to be involved in global charities, go join a global charity, raise private money and spend it on whatever you want. But this is taxpayer money. It's not my money. It's not their money. It's our money. It's taxpayer money. And we have an obligation, if we're going to do foreign aid, to do it in a way that makes sense, that doesn't support our enemies, and that actually is aligned with, makes sense within the context of our foreign policy. And the people at USAID, at the top levels especially, have been completely uncooperative. They don't view themselves that way. They're insubordinate. They refuse to provide access. They refuse to provide information.
Wow. But they are spending our money.
Not now. They don't provide access to Congress. Go to members of the Senate who have tried to get answers from USAID, and they tell them, we're not going to tell you anything. We don't work for you. We don't work for state. We don't work for the president. We don't even work for America. We work for ourselves. That's not going to continue.
Dismantle them now. Trump.
You get the sense that during this pause, or are you concerned?
And Elizabeth Warren wants them to continue to be here.
During this aid pause, that China could come in and fill the vacuum with their influence operations?
No. I mean, first of all, they don't do that now. If they did, they'd be out there competing with us in these places. But my point...
Christian Medway, he said, Rubio, I get my money from lobbyists. Thank you. Medway is... Yo, man. Come on. Hey, Christian Medway, you gonna turn Republican, bro, before this year is out.
The point is this: even if they did that, why would we fund things that are against our national interest or don't further our national interest, whether China's there or not? If China wants to waste their money on something that's against their national interests, go ahead and do it. We're not going to do it. It makes no sense for us to be involved in things that undermine what is important to America or that don't further what is important to America. And irrespective of what China decides to do, this is taxpayer money. We shouldn't be spending it on programs that have nothing to do with the United States and nothing to do with making America stronger, safer, and more prosperous. We have a foreign policy, and everything we do, including spending money, has to be aligned with that. It has to further our national interests.
Moving on to some of the tariffs now. You're heading up negotiations with Mexico. The president just announced that now. Do these tariffs, especially those against Canada, fundamentally change the relationship that the United States has with our most immediate neighbors?
Well, it changes our economic relationship. The president's point is that trade with Canada is very unfair. That he'll tell you, and he said it repeatedly, U.S. banks can't operate there. There's all kinds of industries that they protect against and do not allow to enter the country. So he views this trade imbalance and says it's unfair and needs to be reset. He also argues they have been less than cooperative on fentanyl and on the inflow of fentanyl. The Canadians will tell you that more fentanyl goes that way than the other way, but increasingly, there was in October of last year, they found a big fentanyl lab inside of Canada, and he doesn't feel like we're getting enough cooperation, and so that's why he's imposed those tariffs. In the case of Mexico, the president's point is much of the northern region of Mexico, sadly, and in direct threat to the Mexican government, is controlled by cartels, and so they've announced they're going to deploy 10,000 National Guard troops, Mexican National Guard troops, to their border, their northern border, and the president's decided to delay tariffs.
This is a new way of doing business, a new world order.
Well, I think the president's point is America's been taken advantage of for far too long. And I think that's true across the board. That's been true on foreign aid. We have countries and places that we pour a bunch of money into, and then they vote against us at the UN every time. They support all of our enemies. And you start asking yourself, why do we keep putting money into this? Our embassies say it. And the USAID says, we don't care. We're going to keep doing it anyways. In other cases, when it comes to trade, there are countries around the world where their companies can do whatever they want in America. They can do anything they want in America, but we can't do it over there. So
yeah, that's crazy. They can do whatever they want in America, but we can't do whatever we want over there.
There's this process called reciprocity, equal. Whatever you charge us, we get to charge you. Whatever you...
Christian Medwick, you can't be rolling with them Christian Medwick. You can't. Uptown ain't got no sense. He don't know nothing. So he gonna roll with whatever. But you got a little bit of sense, Christian Medwick. What you doing?
You allow us to do, you're allowed to do. Whatever you block, we're going to block. And I think the president's a big believer in reciprocity and evenness and fairness. For some reason, I don't know how this happened, but over the last 20 or 30 years, we felt like it's okay for countries to take advantage of us. And that's just not going to continue under President Trump.
Okay. Mr. Secretary, thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
As part of all of this, the president again said that Canada should be our cherished 51st state. Is he serious, and are you working on?
Well, first of all, like Congress would have to like authorize us to like take over like Canada or something like that's not gonna happen. Like we need to just chill out.
That at the State Department.
Well, we're not involved in a negotiation to make them a state. And obviously, I think what we're focused on right now is what's most immediate in front of us, and that is that there's tariffs. That's obviously going to have an impact on our relations with them. We're still neighbors.
And I've said every industry too big in the United States needs to go. Too much government funding, COC, blocking the American dream.
Always be neighbors. Canada will always be our neighbor. Mexico will always be our neighbor. We can't move. You can't move to another neighborhood, right? So we're going to have to live alongside each other. And I hope we can find agreements. Again, we're the Department of State. We're the diplomats. So we're looking for ways to find things that are amicable.
Uptown Marty about to cry. Uptown, are you crying now? Paperweight. He hit me with facts today. He read about Joe Biden. Crying? Why you crying, bro? Shake it off. Recognize your mistakes.
But I do think that neither Canada nor...
Hey, if you want to come up here and argue, man, just go on my Twitter. Let me know. You know what I'm saying? You want to come up here, uptown. You know what I mean? DM me your number. Hit a super chat. I'll call you and we can argue this.
Mexico should make the mistake of thinking that this is bluster or that the president is just talking for purposes of negotiating leverage. He is serious that the U.S. is not going to be taken advantage of. And it's not just limited to Canada or Mexico. He's talked about some of the unfairness in the EU. He's imposed additional tariffs. We already had tariffs on China. These are additional tariffs.
And can China expect more, do you think, on top of what he's already proposed?
Well, if they continue to cheat and steal, yeah, absolutely. Look, China's acting in their national interest. I don't like it, but I don't blame what the Chinese leaders are doing. They're doing what any leader of a country would do. If you let them take advantage of you, they will. So I think
Uptown is a sheep. He's a sheep.
Wants to bring fairness back to that relationship. And obviously China's going to be upset that we try to bring fairness because they've had a really good deal, an unfair deal for a long time. The president is going to make that equal. And look, that's going to create outrage in Washington and an editorial.
Mike Singer said Uptown Marty equals sheep. Jose Gonzalez said TS has no cure. Trump derangement syndrome? Yeah.
Boardrooms, but millions of people, whether they're watching this broadcast or just living in real world America, say, of course, this all makes sense. All of it makes sense to them.
Bringing it back to our region right now, Venezuela is taking back migrants that the Trump administration is deporting. They've released American prisoners. Maduro doesn't seem like the type of person to be doing things just out of the goodness of his heart to help the United States. Is this administration going to recognize Maduro as a legitimate leader?
No, you ain't getting out of this, Uptown. Hit me on Twitter. Give me your number. Hit a super chat. We gonna call. We gonna argue. We gonna debate. You can, argue your point. I argue my point. You ain't about to get out of this. This smoke. I got all day for you right now. You want the smoke or not?
leader of Venezuela.
There's no talks about doing that. No one's discussed it. We don't recognize him now. What he's agreed to is very simple. He's released Americans that should never have been in his prisons. They were hostages. They're not prisoners. They were hostages. He takes them for trade. And he's going to accept, especially these trained at agua criminals. We'll see if he actually does.
Hey, a subscriber in the comments said, Uptown Marty mad because downtown's changing. Oh man, like yo, 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 it's crazy.
Does it? I hope they do. We got to get these people out of our country. They came from Venezuela, came through a bunch of other countries, wound up here, committing crimes in the United States. He pushed those people out of his country. He emptied out his jails and prisons and pushed them into other countries and towards the United States, and he's going to have to take them back. I think leaders like Maduro, no matter how tough they try to be, they respect Donald Trump. They know this is not a guy who's going to send you a strongly worded letter. He will take actions.
Yo, he said downtown's changing. Like, yo.
X, are you okay? This is X, and he's a great guy, high IQ. He's a high IQ individual.
And he's got this, check out this cool chain he's got.
So thank you very much. We had a busy day today. The king just left, and we've had a great discussion, terrific discussion.
Elon Musk in the Oval Office is fire, bro. I ain't gonna even lie, bro. Like, that's fire. I don't care what nobody say, that's fire, bro.
Discussions also about Saturday at 12 o'clock. It's going to be a big moment. We'll see what happens. I don't expect much happening with these people, but we'll see what happens. And we're going to...
I got 2 Teslas. I got the Y and the 3. And I got the Cybertruck on order.
Be signing a very important deal today. It's DOGE, and I'm going to ask Elon to tell you a little bit about it and some of the things that we found, which are shocking. Billions and billions of dollars.
Hey, Uptown, you got to listen to this. You got to listen to this, bro. Uptown, listen. Elon Musk is about to tell you about all the stuff that they ended up finding, right? With overspending. Open your ears, Uptown. You got to listen.
Dollars in waste, fraud, and abuse. And I think it's very important. And that's one of the reasons I got elected. I said, we're going to do that. Nobody had any idea it was that bad, that sick, and that corrupt. And it seems hard to believe that judges want to try and stop us from looking for corruption, especially when we found...
American judges, federal judges want to stop them from looking for corruption. Is that not troubling to you? Uptown would love for y'all not to find corruption. But these federal judges, hey, this is insane. The government is literally like what it looks like against its people, knowing information. Just when we thought like we had a more transparent government than other countries, this is happening. And now you got a president trying to be transparent and show you what's going on. And y'all panicking and don't know what to do. Bro, there was a Democratic Party member saying today, and we're going to play that video. It's going to make Uptown cry, right? The video is a Democrat basically saying they have no more leverage because it's a trifecta, right? The Republicans have the House, Senate, and Congress. He said they have no more leverage. But we're going to get to that video, Uptown. We're going to have you crying. Noah, shout out to Noah. He is a member on the channel, Thug Life. He said, what's up, big dog? What's up?
Hundreds of millions of dollars worth, much more than that, in just a short period of time. We want to weed out the corruption. And it seems hard to believe that a judge could say, we don't want you to do that. Well, so maybe we have to look at the judges because that's very serious. I think it's a very serious violation. I'll ask Elon Musk to say a few words and we'll take some questions. Elon, go ahead.
Sure. So at a high level, if you say what is the goal of DOGE and I think a significant part of the presidency is to restore democracy. This may seem like, well, aren't we in a democracy? Well, if you don't have a feedback loop, FAX, we would have to, if you it's all right. So I tell you, gravitas can be difficult sometimes. If there's not a good feedback loop from the people to the government, and if you have rule of the bureaucrat, or if the bureaucracy is in charge, and then what meaning does democracy actually have? If the people cannot vote and have their will be decided by their elected representatives in the form of the president and the Senate and the House, then we don't live in a democracy. We live in a bureaucracy. Mm-hmm. So it's incredibly important that we close.
Uptown, did you hear that? Did you hear that? Uptown, are you here? Are you paying attention? Are you crying? You got your napkins? Uptown, where you at? Elon Musk is educating you. The difference between a democracy and the bureaucracy. You need to listen to him.
That feedback loop. We fix that feedback loop.
He's trying to stop the feedback loop that wasn't, like, you know what I'm saying, open for us to understand what was going on with the government. Like, he's trying to fix that. Where you at, Uptown?
And that the public's elected representatives, the president, the House, and the Senate, decide what happens, as opposed to a large unelected bureaucracy. This is not to say that there aren't some good. There are good people who are in the federal bureaucracy, but you can't have an autonomous federal bureaucracy. You have to have one that is responsive to the people. That's the whole point of a democracy.
We saw a video of Elizabeth Warren. She don't even want, like, bro, you ask her a question, she walking right by you. All she worried about is whoever gonna be helping her with her campaign money. That's all she care about. Look, like, he asking a question. Look at it. Look at it, Elizabeth Warren.
Why are you so afraid of transparency? Why are you bothered by
this lady? Don't want y'all to know what is going on. Listen to this.
the shutdown? Senator Warren, why are you so afraid of transparency? Why are you bothered by the fact that Elon Musk is attempting to expose all of this fraudulent spending? What is that about? What is the problem here? What is the problem with transparency? Do not touch me. Do not touch me. Senator Warren, I just want to answer a question. How did you get a $12 million net worth on a $200,000 salary in
Uptown? How did she get a $12 million net worth on a $200,000 a month salary, a year salary? How did it happen?
Congress?
Thank you.
How did you do that?
Excuse me.
How did you do that? You can keep trying to block my camera. We're on a public sidewalk, so. Get off of me. So you don't want to answer that question. What is it about DOGE that's such a problem to you? You just elbowed me, Senator. I got that on camera.
Excuse us. Thank you.
She's mad at Elon Musk. He's trying to fix the feedback loop. She don't want y'all knowing what's going on. Elizabeth Warren and Uptown don't want y'all knowing what's going on. Why?
And if you looked at this, if you looked at the founders today and said, what do you think of the way things have turned out? Well, we have this unelected, fourth unconstitutional branch of government, which is the bureaucracy, which has, in a lot of ways, currently more power than any elected representative. And this is not something that people want, and it's not. It does not match the will of the people, so it's just something we've got to fix. And then we've also got to address the deficit. So we've got a $2 trillion deficit, and if we don't do something about this deficit, the country's going bankrupt. I mean, it's really astounding that the interest payments alone on the national debt exceed the Defense Department budget.
The interest payment alone on the national debt exceeds the defense budget. Like, yo, what? And she don't want you to figure that out.
That Elon Musk is attempting to expose all of this fraudulent spending. What is that about? What is the problem here? What is the problem with transparency? Do not touch me. Do not touch me. Senator Warren, I just want to answer a question. How did you get a $12 million net worth on a $200,000 salary in Congress?
Thank you.
How did you do that?
Excuse me.
How did you do that? You can keep trying to block my camera. We're on a public side.
And she's mad at Elon Musk. I like how I asked, like, what's the problem?
Senator Warren, why are you so afraid of transparency? Why are you bothered by the fact that Elon Musk is attempting to expose all of this fraudulent spending? What is that about? What is the problem here? What is the problem with transparency?
Which is shocking because we've got we spend a lot of money on defense. But
shout out to 1111 King, a member on the channel. He said it's amazing to see these two great minds working together. Exactly. And then Noah is a member on the channel. Get your memberships. He said people are so used to being told what to do, they do not know how to comprehend what Elon Musk is saying. Exactly.
If that just keeps going, we're essentially going to bankrupt the country. So what I really want to say is, like, it's not.
He said if the deficit keeps going out of control like it is, the interest alone is more than a defense budget. If we keep going like this, the country is going to be bankrupt. Don't y'all? I mean, y'all don't like America at all. Y'all like what y'all? Who y'all want to take over this piece? Would y'all want them to be like 60 trillion in debt? Like, come on, bro.
The interest payments alone on the national debt exceed the Defense Department budget, which is shocking because we spend a lot of money on defense. But if that just keeps going, we're essentially going to bankrupt the country. So what I really want to say is, like, it's not optional for us to reduce the federal expenses. It's essential. It's essential for America to remain solvent as a country, and it's essential for America to have the resources necessary to provide things to its citizens and not simply be servicing vast amounts of debt.
And also, could you mention some of the things that your team has found, some of the crazy numbers, including the woman that walked away with about 30 million,
right,
etc.?
Well, we do find it sort of rather odd that there are quite a few people in the bureaucracy who have ostensibly a salary of a few $100,000, but somehow manage to accrue tens of millions of dollars in net worth while they are in that position, which is, what happened at USAID. We're just curious as to where it came from. Maybe they're very good at investing, in which case we should take their investment advice, perhaps. But there seems to be mysteriously they get wealthy. We don't know why. Where does it come from? And I think the reality is that they're getting wealthy at taxpayer expense. That's the honest truth of it. So, we're looking at, if you look at, say Treasury, for example, basic controls that should be in place, that are in place in any company, such as making sure that any given payment has a payment categorization code, that there is a comment field that describes the payment, and that if a payment is on the do not pay list, that you don't actually pay it. None of those things are true currently. So the reason...
Whoa, so they just giving money that they shouldn't be, that they should have stopped payment for, is what he's saying? Like, what?
That there is a comment field that describes the payment, and that if a payment is on the do not pay list, that you don't actually pay it. None of those things are true currently. So the reason that departments can't pass audits is because the payments don't have a categorization code. It's like just a massive...
Oh my God. So you can't audit the government if they don't have those codes. It took Elon Musk to figure this out.
A number of blank checks just flying out the building. So you can't...
Blank checks flying out the building. Like, yo.
Is because the payments don't have a categorization code. It's like just a massive number of blank checks just flying out the building. So you can't reconcile blank checks. You've got comment fields that are also blank, so you don't know why the payment was made. And then we've got this truly absurd, a do not pay list, which can take up to a year for an organization to get on a do not pay list. And this, we're talking about terrorist organizations, we're talking about known fraudsters, known aspects of waste, known things that do not match any congressional appropriation, can take up to a year to get on the list. And even once on the list is not used. It's mind-blowing.
What do y'all think about that? Uptime, what do you think about that? He said, thank you for the, hold on, somebody said there's no transparency. Kendall said, if you guys actually believe this stuff, you're crazy.
So what we're talking about here, we really just.
Noah said this is the same with all the money sent to Ukraine, 200 billion sent, and Zelensky claims he only got half. He didn't even get half, he got 77 billion. Said, where did the other 100 billion go? There's no characterization codes. I mean, how can you really like figure that out?
Just talking about adding common sense controls that should be present.
Shout out to Blown with the $1.99 donation. Appreciate you, bro.
That haven't been present. So you say, like, well, how could such a thing arise? That seems crazy. When you understand that really everything is geared towards complaint minimization, so then you understand the motivations. So if people receive money, they don't complain, obviously. But if people don't receive money, they do complain. And the fraudsters complain the loudest and the fastest. So then when you understand that, then it makes sense. Oh, that's why everything they approve all the payments at Treasury. Because if you approve all the payments, you don't get complaints. But now we're saying that, no, actually, we are going to complain. If money is spent badly, if your taxpayer dollars are not spent in a sensible and frugal manner, then that's not okay. Your tax dollars need to be spent wisely on things that matter to the people. I mean, these things, like, it's just common sense. It's not draconian or radical. I think it's really just saying, let's look at each of these expenditures and say, is this actually in the best interest of the people? And if it is, it's approved. If it's not, we should think about it. So, there's crazy things like just cursory examination of Social Security, and we've got people in there that are 150 years old. Now, do you know anyone who's 150? I don't. Okay.
Wait, so they're paying payments to people that are probably no longer alive? He said 150 years old. Like, what?
Is this actually in the best interest of the people? And if it is, it's approved. If it's not, we should think about it. So, there's crazy things like.
He said, how do you gift Uptown Marty a membership? I don't know, man. Shout to Uptown Marty. We might have to give him one. He got a lot of attention this live.
Just cursory examination of Social Security, and we've got people in there that are 150 years old. Now, do you know anyone who's 150? I don't. Okay. They should be on the Guinness Book of World Records. They're missing out. That's the case where, like, I think they're probably dead. It's my guess. Or they should be very famous, one of the two. And then there's a whole bunch of Social Security payments where there's no identifying information. Well, like, why is there no identifying information? Obviously, we want to make sure that people who deserve to receive Social Security do receive it, and that they receive it quickly and accurately. I'll tell you another crazy thing. So, one of the things is, like, we are trying to sort of right-size the federal bureaucracy, just make sure that this, obviously there need to be a lot of people working for the federal government, but not as many as currently. So we're saying, if people can retire, with full benefits and everything, that would be good. They can retire, get their retirement payments, everything. And then we were told, this is actually, I think, a great anecdote, because we were told the most number of people that could retire possibly in a month is 10,000. We're like, well, why is that? Well, because all the retirement paperwork is manual on paper. It's manually calculated, then written down on a piece of paper. Then it goes down a mine. And I'm like, what do you mean a mine? Like, yeah, there's a limestone.
You got to understand, like, when Elon Musk is at the Treasury Department and he's talking to these people, there are a lot, like, he's one-on-one with, like, the workers that's been there for years. And one thing about workers, you get a lot of disgruntled workers, right? So they're probably giving him all the lowdown on what's actually going on. So this is very interesting. Like, he's talking about, oh, this goes down the mine, and all. Like, this is very, very interesting.
On mine, where we store all the retirement paperwork.
He says, seems like Uptown got out of town. I don't know. Maybe he ain't like all this attention.
And you look at a picture of this mine. We'll post some pictures afterwards. And this mine looks like something out of the 50s because it was started in 1955. So it looks like it's like a time warp. And then the speed, the limiting factor is the speed at which the mine shaft elevator can move determines how many people can retire from the federal government. And the elevator breaks down sometimes, and then nobody can retire. Doesn't that sound crazy? There's like 1,000 people that work on this. So I think if we take those people and say, like, you know what, instead of working in a mine shaft and carrying manila envelopes to, boxes in a mine shaft, you could do practically anything else, and you would add to the goods and services of the United States in a more useful way. So anyway, so I think that's an example. Like at a high level, if you say, like, how do we increase prosperity? Is we get people to do to
Yo, America is like antiquated, really. Like the model, like when you listen to Elon Musk, like he's so like up on everything and how things should be. A lot of these things should be automated, like just keeping it real. But he's saying like all this stuff is manual. And when you're dealing with people who are lazy, don't want to work, you know what I'm saying? Especially new age type people, like they don't want to work. So you putting all of this in the hands of like people. So he's like, yo, you can take them people and utilize them differently. I think he don't want to say it, but like you can like automate. That's something that can be easily automated. Write a program that, like, when somebody retires, whatever, from the federal government, whatever, it just is automated, right? If they want to, like, retire, whatever, why is it like manual? Why is there 1,000 people working on this? Like, they can be utilized in different areas. 1,000 people, that's a lot of money. You see what I'm saying? He's just giving you one example of inefficiency in government.
to shift from roles that are low to negative productivity to high productivity roles. And so increase the total output of goods and services, which means that there's a higher standard of living available for everyone.
Bon said this is all good, but Elon also needs to follow the judicial system. They haven't even gone through Congress. Do we not follow rules that everyone has to follow? And if we are Elon, like, what are you talking about? Like, there's so many different like government agencies and branches and stuff that don't be like Congress don't, like, what are you talking about? Why don't you want like him to be able to go through there and figure out like all of this inefficiency and overspending? Like, why do y'all have a problem with that? I'm just curious, like, why? He didn't say nothing wrong. He didn't say anything mischievous, like nothing like that. He's just telling you like what's going on in the government that we don't know. And he's making it seem like this is an antiquated like way of running things. And this is what happens when you have like super like, you know what I mean, elderly people. Like, I ain't got nothing wrong with elderly people, but running government. They don't want to change. They don't want to get with the times. They don't want to, you see what I'm saying? It's like ran in an older way of doing things that is not efficient for today's standards. 1117 King with a $2 donation. Shout out to you. He is a member on the channel, supporter. He said, from Uptown Marty, good job, Piper Boy. Shout out to you, gang.
That's the actual goal. Everyone's very quiet, brother. So normally it's quiet?
Your detractors, Mr. Musk.
I have to what?
Including a lot of Democrats.
I have detractors?
You do, sir.
I don't believe it.
Say that.
You know the interesting thing about Musk and Trump being in the same room? They're both super powerful. I think Elon Musk has got like 200 million people following him on Twitter. I think he's got more people following him on Twitter than Trump, right? So he can hold his own. You know what I mean? Like in the room with Trump. I think it's good if you Trump, it's like it's a moment of you can relax. You see what I'm saying? Like Elon Musk just take over in a sense, at least with that. You don't have to like moderate it or like control the conversation or anything. You just let them just run. And there's two juggernaut power players right there in the Oval Office talking to the people about what is actually going on. This is crazy.
You're orchestrating a hostile takeover of government and doing it in a non-transparent way. What's your response to that criticism?
Well, first of all, you couldn't ask for a stronger mandate from.
And also, shout out to the interviewer. He's not asking easy questions. He's asking them real questions. You know what I mean? So this is interesting to see how Elon Musk is gonna answer this.
From the public. The public voted, we have a majority of the public voting for President Trump. We won the House, we won the Senate. The people voted for major government reform. There should be no doubt about that. That was on the campaign. The president spoke about that at every rally. The people voted for major government reform, and that's what people are going to get. They're going to get what they voted for. And a lot of times, people that don't get what they voted for, but in this presidency, they are going to get what they voted for. And that's what democracy is all about.
Mr. Musk, the White House says that you will identify and excuse yourself from any conflicts of interest that you may have. Does that mean that you are in effect policing yourself? What are the checks and balances that are in place to ensure that there is accountability and transparency?
Well, we actually are trying to be as transparent as possible. In fact, we post our actions to the DOGE handle on X and to the DOGE website. So all of our actions are maximally transparent. In fact, I don't think there's been, I don't know of a case where an organization has been more transparent than the DOGE organization. So, and the kind of things we're doing are, I think, very, very simple and basic. They're not, what I mentioned, for example, about Treasury, just making sure that payments that go out, taxpayer money that goes out, is categorized correctly, that the payment is explained, that organizations on the do not pay list, which takes a lot to get there, that actually are not paid, which currently they are paid. These are not individual judgment decisions. These are about simply having sensible checks and balances in the system itself to ensure that taxpayer money is spent well. So it's got nothing to do with, like, say, a contract with some company of mine at all.
But if there is a conflict of interest when it comes to you yourself, for instance, you've received billions of dollars in federal contracts when it comes to the Pentagon, for instance, which the president, I know, has directed you to look into.
Yeah.
Are you policing yourself in that? Is there any sort of accountability check and balance in place that would provide any transparency for the American people?
Well, all of our actions are fully public. So if you see anything, you say, like, wait a second, hey, Elon, that seems like maybe that's, there's a conflict there. It's not like people are going to be shy about saying that. They'll say it immediately.
Including you yourself.
Yes. But transparency is what builds trust, not simply somebody asserting trust. So not somebody saying they're trustworthy, but
This is why I feel like a lot of people are rolling with Trump and Elon right now, because they're like, y'all are telling us everything that's going on. When Elon Musk is not here right now, he's tweeting. Y'all see, like, all the tweets and all, like, he's showing you everything, talking constantly. So it's either Trump or him. Like, we constantly are in the know. Like, they made it to the point to where YouTubers are, like, getting rich just covering this, because there's so much information that's, like, coming out. You know what I mean? People are able to pick up on everything. So, shout out to them. Transparent government.
Transparency, so you can see everything that's going on. And then you can see, am I doing something that benefits one of my companies or not? It's totally obvious.
And if we thought that, we would not let him do that segment or look in that area if we thought there was a lack of transparency or a conflict of interest. And we watched that also. He's a big businessman. He's a successful guy. That's why we want him doing this. We don't want an unsuccessful guy doing this. Now, one thing also that Elon hasn't really mentioned are the groups of people that are getting some of these payments. They're ridiculous. And we're talking about billions of dollars that we've already found. We found fraud.
Yeah, Elon Musk did talk about that. He said that, what did he say? He said there's, like, terrorist organizations that he feels like are getting money. So he did speak about that. Like, he talked about it.
And abuse. I would say those two words as opposed to the third word that I usually use, but in this case, fraud and abuse. It's abusive because most of these things are virtually made up, or certainly money shouldn't be sent to them. And you know what I'm talking about. It's crazy. So, but we're talking about tens of billions of dollars that we've already found. And now a judge who's an activist judge wants to try and stop us from doing this. Why? Why would they want to do that? I campaigned on this. I campaigned on the fact that I said government is corrupt. And it is very corrupt. It's very, very, it's also foolish. As an example, a man has a contract for 3 months.
Yo, I like how he just called out that federal judge that he actually appointed. That's the one that tried to stop USAID from being dismantled. I like that he called him out. Like, bro, he is talking.
Wants to try and stop us from doing this. Why? Why would they want to do that? I campaigned on this. I campaigned on the fact that I said government is corrupt. And it is very corrupt. It's very, very, it's also foolish. As an example, a man has a contract for...
Bro, we got a sitting president of the United States telling you that the government is corrupt. Can we get some goats in the chat for the goat? Can we get some goats in the chat for the goat? Come on, bro. A sitting president of the United States telling you that the government is corrupt. I've never seen nothing like this before in my life.
Found. And now a judge who's an activist judge wants to try and stop us from doing this. Why? Why would they want to do that? I campaigned on this. I campaigned on the fact that I said government is corrupt. And it is very corrupt. It's very, very...
Everybody that's been voting, shout out to everybody putting the goats in the chat. Because, you know, they like to say things like, oh, Piper Boy Williams, your views is fake. People don't watch. Hey, we've gotten a lot of comments, thousands of comments. You know, when the video stops, like YouTube doesn't push the short videos anymore. You know what I'm saying? Only when they're horizontal. They push them when you're in the shorts feed. So, like, this is showing, it's a lot of people here. It's a lot of goats in here. Well, when I stop the video just stops. It's just what it is. You know what I'm saying? But shout out to y'all. And then L Jingon with he gifted 5 Piper Boy Williams membership. Shout out to you. Oh, Doug, like, he got the money. He got the money. Shout out to him. He must be Republican. Thug Life. Jingon, shout out to you, L. He got that money. You know what I mean? But I like this. He's calling it out. And then the American people, they voted for this guy. You know what I mean? He won the popular vote. So it's like this a mandate. So people need to be paying attention. Everybody that's trying to stop him from stopping the corruption in the government, and he's loud, vocal about it, right? The people that are trying to stop him, you need to vote them out. Because those are obviously the corrupt people. How much simpler does it get? That's why we need to vote.
It's also foolish. As an example, a man has a contract for 3 months and the contract ends, but they keep paying him for the next 20 years, because nobody ends a contract. You get a lot of that.
Did you hear that? You get a contract for 3 months, but the guy keeps getting paid because nobody ends the contract. You have a lot of that. Shout out to L Chinging. He gifted 5 memberships again. He's rich. Thug Life. It's lit. Can we get a Thug Life in the chat? Everybody, can we get a Thug Life in the chat? Thug Life. Shout out to him.
A contract that's a 3-month contract. Now, normally, if you're in a small, in all fairness, it's the size of this thing is so big. Yeah. But if you have a contract and you're in a regular business, you end the contract in 3 months. It's a consultant. Here's a contract for 3 months, but it goes on for 20 years.
Chinga gets a Thug Life in the chat. Everybody is giving you a Thug Life. Thug Life. He's gifting them memberships. He probably drives a Corvette. He's rich. Shout out to him.
And the guy doesn't say that he got money for 20 years, They don't say it. They just keep getting checks month after month. And you have various things like
Hoodie 504 with the 499. He said, love the energy. Salute. Thug Life. Appreciate y'all for rocking with your boy.
Like that. And even much worse than that, actually, much worse. And I guess you call that incompetence, maybe.
Yeah.
It could be corruption. It could be a deals made on both sides. You know,
So you can call it incompetence if you want. You can call it corruption. It's deals being made on both sides. Yo, he is in tune with all of this corruption is going on. I like this.
and the guy doesn't say that he got money for 20 years. You know, they don't say it.
I think the American people love this, right? So 56,000 likes. That's insane. They are loving it. L. Chingan and gifted 10 more memberships. He's rich. He drives a Corvette and a Ferrari. Is lit. Doug life. It is what it is. I want to hear y'all say these Republicans don't be spreading the wealth, because he is. We got King with the $5 donation. He is a member on the channel. He said, keep it going, 100, Thug Life. Noah said, another 10-pack. He's rich. Lil Vegas got a membership. He's rich. Shout outs.
Just keep getting checks month after month, and you have various things like that, and even much worse than that, actually.
They're continuing to get checks month after month after month. Insane. Insane.
And I guess you call that incompetence, maybe.
Yeah.
It could be corruption. It could be deals made on both sides, you know, where the guy gets some money, he kicks back.
Hey, can we get to 118,000 subscribers? Stop playing with me. Hit the like button, subscribe to the channel, double tap the screen, and all that, double tap. Appreciate y'all. Last year, around October, I had 67,000 subscribers. We are at 117,824 with some memberships. Shout out to y'all. You know what I'm saying? L's got the bread. He's got the bag.
I think there's a lot of kickback here. I see a lot of kickback here.
There's a lot of kickbacks.
A tremendous kickback, because nobody could be so stupid to give out some of these contracts, so he has to get a kickback.
Calling out corruption again. We got a lot of kickbacks going on here. Nobody can be that stupid. Like, there's gotta be some kickbacks going on. Yo. Shout out to Bolton Friends. He says sub, subscribe. Shout out, hey Bolton, if I start uploading videos to you, you gotta come in here, you gotta watch them. Stop playing. We'll just be chilling in the shorts feed. Appreciate you. You know what I mean?
So
Bolton said Trump life, baby. Hey, we got America back. I don't care what nobody say.
that's what I got elected for, that and borders and military and a lot of things, but this is a big part of it. And I hope that the court system is going to allow us to do what we have to do. We got elected to among other things, find all of this fraud, abuse, all of this horrible stuff going on. And we've already found billions of dollars, not like a little bit, billions.
Anthony said your live stream is featured. Shout out to YouTube. It's lit. Shout out to YouTube.
Many billions of dollars. And when you get down to it, it's going to be probably close to $1 trillion. It could be close to $1 trillion that we're going to find.
Wow.
That will have quite an impact on the budget. And you'll go to a judge where they handpick a judge, and he has certain leanings. I'm not knocking anybody for that, but he has certain leanings, and he wants us to stop looking. How do you stop looking? I mean, we've already found it. We have a case in New York where a hotel has paid $59 million, $59 million because it's housing migrants, illegal migrants, all illegal, I believe.
And they were being paid twice the normal room rate at 100% occupancy.
Unbelievable.
So it's a racket.
Yeah.
What?
Hotel has paid $59 million, $59 million because it's housing migrants, illegal migrants. All illegal, I believe.
And they were being paid twice the normal room rate at 100% occupancy.
Unbelievable.
So it's a racket.
Yeah.
Mr. Musk, can I ask a question? You said on,
If I may, sort of just going for the president's comments, at a high level, you say, well,
El Chingan's got the bread. He's got that money.
what?
Shout out
How
to
exactly? what are the two ingredients that are really necessary in order to cut the budget deficit in half from 2 trillion to 1 trillion? And it's really two things: competence and caring. And if you add competence and caring, you'll cut the budget deficit in half. And I fully expect to be scrutinized and get a daily proctology exam, basically. Might as well just camp out there. So it's not like I think I can get away with something. I'll be scrutinized nonstop. But with the support of the president.
He already knows the assignment. Shout out to Noah. Noah said, what hotel is doing that? Hold on, let me rewind that a little bit.
Will have quite an impact on the budget. And you'll go to a judge where they handpick a judge and he has certain leanings. I'm not knocking anybody for that, but he has certain leanings and he wants us to stop looking. How do you stop looking? I mean, we've already found it. We have a case in New York where a hotel has paid $59 million, $59 million because it's housing migrants, illegal migrants, all illegal, I believe.
And they were being
$59 million of our tax money because a hotel is housing illegal immigrants. Hey, yo, we got 121,000 views on this video. People watching. Shout out to y'all. Thug life. This is crazy. Like the hotels are getting this is a racket. And Elon Musk said they at 100% occupancy, getting twice the normal rate. Like what?
We paid twice the normal room rate at 100% occupancy.
Unbelievable.
So it's a racket.
Mr. Musk, can I ask a question? You said
If I may sort of just going for the president's comments, at a high level, okay, well, what are the two ingredients that are really necessary in order to cut the budget deficit in half from 2 trillion to 1 trillion? And it's really two things: competence and caring. And if you add competence and caring, you'll cut the budget deficit in half. And I fully expect to be scrutinized and get a daily proctology exam, basically. Might as well just camp out there. So it's not like I think I can get away with something. I'll be scrutinized nonstop. But with the support of the president, we can cut the budget deficit in half from 2 trillion to 1, and then with deregulation, because there's a lot of sort of regulations that don't ultimately serve the public good. We need to free the builders of America to build, and if we do that, then
we need to free the builders of America to build. Interesting. Lil Vegas is a member on the channel. Shout out to L. Said, I said it earlier, Piper always has the good content. I appreciate you.
That means I think we can get the economic growth to be made.
And then Caleb Ward said, Trump has international support of the people. And then Kenneth Cole said, it's a good time in American history. Hey, we are living in, bro, y'all realize 20, 30 years from now, they're going to be like Elon Musk and Trump was in the Oval Office. This is huge. Most people just pay attention to Kendrick Lamar, the Super Bowl, like some people are actually in tune, paying attention to everything. I mean, 121,000 views. People are in tune and paying attention to what's going on. You know what I mean? So this is big, bro. Like you can be telling your grandkids about stuff like this. We live like, remember like back in the day, like, JFK, right? We seen what happened to him. Got his wig split, it just is what it is, right? People saying like, yo, he was going to be a real president. This is a real president right here. He can't be bought. Trump's like got what, like 6.5 billion or 8.5 billion, something crazy. The money is not what he needs. He's got to secure his legacy. Make sure his grandkids are left a country that can run right. Without paper straws. Thug life. I like what he's doing. He could be doing anything, chilling, relaxing, all cool and all on a yacht somewhere. One of the biggest yachts in the world. He could do that. He's like, nah, we got to fix this country. Biden tore this country up. We fixing it. I can't leave my family like this.
Maybe 3-4%, maybe 5%. And that means if you can get $1 trillion of economic growth and you cut the budget deficit by $1 trillion, between now and next year, there is no inflation. There's no inflation in 26. And
oh, so that's gonna bring the prices down. Oh, Elon, Doug life. So everybody like, yo, what's up with inflation? How they gonna stop inflation? Inflation. He's telling you right now, if we can do all of this, we're not gonna be running a deficit, and then we can bring down inflation. They're doing it the old-fashioned way by budgeting. They're not doing quantitative easing and all of that, like Federal Reserve stuff. Like, nah, we ain't got to do all of that. We're going to do it the old-fashioned way. We're going to save this nation some money. And so when he brings down inflation, oh, it's real. No, oh, I see what you're doing, Trump. All right. Oh, price is going to go down like crazy.
And that means if you can get $1 trillion of economic growth and you can cut the budget deficit by $1 trillion, between now and next year, there is no inflation. There's no inflation in 26. And if the government is not borrowing as much, it means that interest costs decline. So everyone's, the mortgage, their car payment, their credit card bills, anything, their student debt, the monthly payments drop. That's a fantastic scenario.
What y'all think about that?
For the average American. I mean, imagine they're going down the grocery aisle and the prices from one year to the next are the same, and their mortgage, all their debt payments dropped. How great is that for the average American?
Samantha, a member on the channel, said, Piper Boy, we have haters in the chat, to be expected. Hey, I don't mind the haters. You know what I'm saying? As long as you subscribe and hate. Do what you want to do.
That's what we had no idea we were going to find this much.
Shout out to Teresa Mate. I see you.
It's open. It's not like complicated. It's
not
simple
that complicated.
Stuff. It's
just like, a lot of work.
This is old-fashioned economics. So they're gonna, yo. Let me run that back so people are, what are they going to do about inflation? What are they going to do about the cost of everything? Elon, I'm telling you right now.
Interest costs decline. So everyone's, the mortgage, the sort of regulations that don't.
Hey, y'all remember this. Write it down. Take a picture. But when people say, oh, what is Trump going to do to bring down inflation? What is he going to do about grocery prices? What is he going to do about this? What is he going to do about auto loans and Americans being able to afford a home and all this interest rates and all?
Really serve the public good. We need to free the builders of America to build. And if we do that, that means I think we can get the economic growth to be maybe 3-4.
Somebody said, what happened to cost decline with groceries? He completed 98% of his campaign promises in less than a month, and we're talking about that right now. Landon, can he get it like a longer than a month? Like, come on.
Maybe 5%. And that means if you can get $1 trillion of economic growth and you can cut the budget deficit by $1 trillion, between now and next year, there is no inflation. There's no inflation in 26. And if the government is not borrowing as much, it means that interest costs decline. So everyone's, the mortgage, the car payment.
So you know what's going to happen, right? Like Tesla's going to be booming, right? Because if he can, like, because right now, one of the biggest issues that people are having are interest rate costs with buying new products like cars and homes and stuff like that. And so, you know, they figured out a way to do like the $7,500 tax credit, whatever. But he's saying like the tax credit is not necessarily needed. Like if if things can be balanced out, right? So if they can balance the budget and that there's no inflation in 2026, interest rates can drop, right? So that would help substantially for people who need new cars that may have been waiting. And they're like, yo, I got 800 credit score. Why is the interest still not like that great? Yeah, you're going to get a decent interest rate if you pay the car off within 60 months or like an early period. Yeah, but like if you're doing like a standard 5-year for a car or whatever, you know, the interest is still like higher than people are accustomed to. And then people who are wanting to buy homes are like, oh, you know, I want to buy a house, but interest is too high. Interest is affecting, like, you know what I mean? Like the bottom line, how much the home is going to cost, all of that. We're going to end up paying back. Like, nah, I don't want to do it right now. if they can like decrease the interest rates within a year, and this is without quantitative easing. This is old without quantitative easing, like Ben Bernanke and all them used to do. Old fashioned. Even Jerome Powell, I think he even made mention of like, yo, if the government could like balance the budget, I wouldn't need to be doing all that, right? So if Elon Musk can just get in there and just go, hey, all right, we're going to take a fine-tooth comb and go through the American government, right? A forensic audit, save billions of dollars to get it up to $1 trillion. We saving, right? And then you got Trump. He's like, Trump is bringing in like investors or whatever in America and all of that, whatever. So if he could save like $1 trillion and they're not operating at a loss, this could be big for him. People are going to be buying Teslas left and right. You see what I'm saying? But all in all, this is like, yeah, he may be able to benefit from this, but the whole country's going to benefit from this. Yo. Interesting.
Credit card bills, anything, their student debt, the monthly payments drop.
Student loans, student debt, monthly payments dropping. All right.
That's a fantastic scenario for the average American. I mean, imagine they're going down the grocery aisle and the prices from one year to the next are the same, and their mortgage, all their debt payments dropped. How great is that for the average American?
Shout out to Caleb Ward with the $4.99. He say they defend Biden destroying the economy for 4 years and blame Trump for not fixing it in a month. Yeah, exactly. 4 years they let Biden just run free reign, operating with impunity, all of this, right? But they want Trump to fix all the damage in a month. What about paper straws? We got all right. Well, we out. You know what I mean? We back to regular straws. What about this? What about that? All right, we doing this and we doing that. Well, California, they having the wildfires, and then all right, we going over there. We gonna like take away the federal permit requirements, and we're gonna get Newsom, some ultimatums if he wants this money. Then Newsom opens up the water and all of that. Doing everything that he can. All right, y'all want, the borders to be sold up, and you don't want people just coming over here illegally. All right, we're gonna do that. We're gonna work on that. We're gonna put them tariffs on Mexico. Mexico ends up putting 10,000 troops at the border. We ain't gotta put 10,000 troops at the border. Mexico's already doing it, right? So it's like, all right, he's showing up the border. Oh, man, now he got another campaign promise. Well, we still got criminals in America. Hey, you know why they in here, the legal criminals? Is because the Biden administration didn't want to, do what Trump is doing right now. So then you get the Venezuelans taking over the apartment complexes in Colorado. Trump said, hey, if I'm president, this ain't about to be going down. And what did Trump do? Rounding up everybody, sending them out of here. Well, he completed another campaign promise. Oh, well, Trump said he was going to save the steel mills. He hasn't saved the steel mills. What did he do yesterday? He signed an executive order and we reacted to it. What was the executive order? 25% tariffs on all you countries bringing in steel in here. And he let it be known in 2018, I'll put that out there, 25% tariff on people bringing in steel. They ended up putting extra things in there to where people can have loopholes now to not pay the 25%, but we redoing it right now. So now it's 25% tariff on steel that's coming into America. Don't you think the steel companies are going to love that? So now, if it happens to be a country that he's putting a 25% tariff on, right? And they got 25% tariff that's being put on that steel being imported, that's 50%, right? So it's a marketplace. These companies going to be like, nah, we want to build have the steel mills in America. It's a market. He's trying to bring the jobs back to America and save the steel plants. He doing it in front of you, dog. This ain't behind the scenes. Y'all mad. Why? Every president, are we going to say the steel mills? We going to say the factories. We going to bring cars back to America. They already said it and failed. Trump's doing what he said, and you got a problem. In less than a month, he had Elon Musk do a forensic audit on the Treasury Department. We finding out they sending tens of thousands of dollars to other countries so that they can have a Sesame Street. Millions, I mean. And then tens of thousands of dollars to other countries so they can make comic books. Tens of thousands of dollars to other countries so they can have an opera show. $750 million. You know what I mean? What was it? I'm sorry, 750,000. I think it was 750 million, but we're going to say 750,000. That's still too much. $750,000. I think it was 750 million, but $750,000 to Princeton to go and do research in Africa, for diversity research in Africa. You can't even get into Princeton. Why they need all that money? We didn't know that until Elon Musk put it all out there. You got Trump sitting down right now like, yo, there was companies that had government contracts for 3 months and the payments were supposed to stop. They've been being paid for years. The payments have never been stopped. And you're wondering where the money is going. He's telling you. Somebody, oh, the fuel prices is going up. Blah, blah, blah. Hey, do you know what Saudi Arabia did? They invested $600 billion into America. You know why they did that? Because he said, open up the Dan wars and all that. Drill, baby, drill. And then what did they do in Saudi Arabia? Hold up, Trump. Let's donate $600 billion to America. You need that through Cash App. What you need? They recognize a president when a president is a president. They don't want their bottom line being affected.
We had no idea. We had no idea we were going to find this much, and it's open. It's not like complicated.
And Elon Musk just told you the plan. The plan is to operate not in the deficit, not to be running a deficit. You know what I'm saying? A operation like in the deficit. No, we don't want to do that. We want to bring down interest rates so the prices of everything comes down. This is what Elon Musk just told y'all. He has said it.
It's not simple stuff.
Saudi Arabia or whatever.
It's a lot of work. Yeah.
We can't believe it. A lot of work, a lot of smart
They
people.
can't take the facts.
People involved, very, very smart people. But you're talking about anywhere, maybe $500 billion. It's crazy the kind of numbers you're talking about. You know, normally when you're looking at something, you'll find you're looking for 1 out of 100. Here, you're almost reversing it. You look for one that's good.
Yeah.
And you can look at the title and you say, why are we doing this? Why are we doing that? And the public gets it. You know, the public gets it. You've seen the polls. The public is saying, why are we paying all this money? This for years, this has gone on.
Mr. Musk, President Trump,
Yeah, go ahead. Wait, go ahead.
Senator Rand Paul today said that DOGE cuts will ultimately need a vote in Congress. Do you agree with that? Is that the plan?
I really don't know. I know this. We're finding tremendous fraud and tremendous abuse. If I need a vote of Congress to find fraud and abuse, it's fine with me.
Can y'all imagine that if he needed Congress to find fraud and abuse? You think they would give him authorization to find fraud and abuse? I'm just asking y'all, like, what do y'all think? You see what Elizabeth Warren is doing? She's trying to stop y'all from knowing what's going on.
Senator Warren, why are you so afraid of transparency? Why are you bothered by the fact that Elon Musk is attempting to expose all of this fraudulent spending? What is that about? What is the problem here? What is the problem with transparent? Do not touch me. Do not touch me. Senator Warren, I just want to answer a question. How did you get a $12 million net worth on a $200,000 salary?
How did you get a $12 million net worth on a $200,000 salary? You want people like her to tell you it's okay to go through and comb through and find out corruption in the government spending? You think she's going to be okay with that?
Congress.
Thank you.
How did you do that?
Excuse me.
How did you do that? You can keep trying to block my camera. We're on a public sidewalk, so get off of me.
And let me show you what Elizabeth Warren been doing. Let me show you this Miss Corrupt, in my opinion. Let me show y'all this. She's been actively trying to stop Elon Musk. A federal court just blocked Elon Musk from interfering with the federal government payment system. There is power in fighting back. We won't let up until this block is permanent. Who is she fighting? Like, what? What is she fighting back on? Elon Musk is telling you what's going. Every time he finds something crazy, he releases it to the public. Every time. So what do you fight? Like, what do you fight? What's the fight back, Elizabeth Warren? I'm trying to figure that out. What are they saying in these comments? This order is by consent of all parties and allows for the appropriate government employees to access information. You didn't read this, did you? Or did you read it? But in addition to being a liar, you are also a moron and didn't understand it. Tara, shout out to her. She be sharing me on Twitter, and she's Elon Musk's friend. Appreciate her. You know what I'm saying? She helped get my Twitter, not my Twitter, but my TikTok popping. Shout out to her. Says, why are you so furious about DOGE discovering massive corruption? Sequencer said, let's get this. She said, let's set the record. Elizabeth Warren and the rest of them have officially acknowledged they support the corruption. Sadie, shout out to her. She says, so you want fraudulent payments to continue to be made. And then Peter says, got it backwards. It's Elon Musk who is fighting back, and he is doing so on behalf of the people. She don't even know. She don't even read, like she don't be doing this. You see this notifications. She don't go to that and be looking at her notifications. Shout out to that. Let me retweet somebody watching my video. She don't do that. She just throws stuff out. She don't want this going down. She doesn't want them operating without going into the deficit. She don't want that. She don't want interest rates going down. If she did, she would be in support of what Elon Musk is doing right now. That's what I think. I'm just a black man in America breaking this down with y'all. And I think from what it looks like to me, Elizabeth Warren appears to be on the side of the corporations. And she appears to be on the side of whoever the people are that's getting all this money. And not in favor of balancing a budget. She's not in favor of us being transparent as a government. She ain't in favor of none of that. That's a problem.
Yeah, I think we'll get the vote, although there'll be some people that wouldn't vote. And how could a judge want to hold us back from finding all of this fraud and finding all of this incompetence? Why would that happen? Why would even Congress?
Hey, we need 44 more subscribers. We're trying to hit 118,000 subscribers. Let's go, bro. And this video right here, shout out to Live Now from Fox, 1.8 million views. About to hit 2 million views soon. Shout out to him in 8 hours. People are in tuned. Like during the Biden administration, when I was looking, whenever you could find him talking, and there was speeches and all of this, he wasn't doing numbers like this. From what I seen, because people didn't really care because they knew he was corrupt. Anything he said he was going to lie to you about. You know what I'm saying? That's how I felt. I'm not saying it's true. That's how I felt. Here, you think you're getting a little bit of some information for real. He ain't got to like lie to you and like, like talk you in circles. He just said it is what it is. It's easier like that. And if they don't get it, be like, I told you what it was. And then if it's some information he feels like you really don't need to hear, like it's not going to benefit the public to hear, he said it. You know what I mean? Like, I think when he was signing executive orders, he was just like, hey, that's information that is not going to benefit the public for me to disclose. You know what I'm saying? It was you know what I mean, about, I forget what subject it was particularly, but I was even questioning, like, why were they even asking that? It's like something that he shouldn't be telling people. But for the most part, he is very transparent as a president, and I rock with it.
Want to do that now, Congress. If we do need a vote, I think we'd get a very easy vote because we have a track record now. We've already found billions of dollars of abuse, incompetence, and corruption. A lot of corruption.
If a judge does block one of your policies, part of your agenda, will you abide by that ruling? Will you comply?
Well, I always abide by the courts, and then I'll have to appeal it. But then what he's done is he slowed down the momentum, and it gives crooked people more time to cover up the books. You know, if a person's crooked and they get caught, other people see that, and all of a sudden it becomes harder later on. So, yeah, the answer is...
6 more subscribers into 118,000 subscribers. Shout out to you.
Always abide by the courts. Always abide by them. And we'll appeal. But appeals take a long time, and I would hope that a judge, if you go into a judge and you show him, here's a corrupt situation, we have a check to be sent, but we found it to be corrupt. Do you want us to send this corrupt check to a person, or do you want us not to give it and give it back to the taxpayer? I would hope a judge would say, don't send it, give it back to the taxpayer.
Yeah, if I can add to that, what we're finding is that a bunch of the fraud is not even going to Americans. So I think we can all agree that if there's going to be fraud, it should at least go to Americans. But a bunch of the fraud rings that are operating...
He said a bunch of the fraud is not even going to Americans. And I think we can all agree if there is going to be fraud, it should at least go to Americans. Shout out to him, L. Tegan, with the gifted 5 memberships, Thug Life. We hit 118,000 subscribers. They said we couldn't do it. It is what it is. Shout out to everybody that's been subscribing. Let me know if you just subscribed. Shout out. Bruce Collins, you are now a member on the channel. Shout out to L. Chain for doing that. Kenneth Cole. I don't know why you ain't been a member on the channel, Kenneth Cole. You've been commenting. I've been seeing you. The Frog Blog, shout out to you. You are a member now. You have been gifted a membership. Burr Collins, you are a member now. Lumina, you are a member now. Shout out to L. Chingan. He's got the bag. He didn't gift it like 15... 20 memberships. He's rich. Shout out to Dallas and Kayla says subscribe. Shout out to you. And then eggs, broccoli, cheese, and vinegar. Subscribe. Appreciate you. Zach Rusk is subscribed. Nikki subscribed. Shout out. And then Jordan Scott subscribed. And then Shane Lewis has subscribed. Shout out to you. And then Blue Wolf subscribed. Shout out to you. Hey, I just watched that Wolfman movie. That Wolfman movie was terrible. You know what I mean? And then we got Nikki has subscribed. Shout out to y'all.
Operating in the United States and taking advantage of the federal government, especially in the entitlements programs, are actually foreign fraud rings. They're operating in other countries and actually exporting money to other countries. We should stop that.
Yo, y'all hear what he said? Hold on.
If there's going to be fraud, it should at least go to Americans. But a bunch of the fraud...
I appreciate you, Duke Thompson. I got you earlier. Appreciate you. And then Mr. B, appreciate you for subscribing. And then Lottie said, great job, keep going. Appreciate y'all.
and this is big numbers. Talking about $100 to $200 billion a year.
Sure.
Serious money.
Mr. Musk, you said on X that an example of the fraud that you have cited was $50 million of condoms was sent to Gaza. But after fact check this, it apparently Gaza in Mozambique, and the program was to protect them against HIV. So can you correct the statements? It wasn't sent to Hamas, actually. It was sent to Mozambique, which makes sense why condoms was sent there.
Yeah.
And how can we make sure that all the statements that you said were correct, so we can trust what you say?
Well, first of all, some of the things that I say will be incorrect and should be corrected. So nobody's going to bat 1,000. I mean, we will make mistakes, but we'll act quickly to correct any mistakes. I'm not sure we should be sending $50 million worth of condoms to anywhere, frankly. I'm not sure that's something Americans would be really excited about. And that is really an enormous number of condoms when you think about it. If it went to Mozambique instead of Gaza, I'm like, okay, that's not as bad, but still, why are we doing that?
Mr. Musk, can you talk a little bit about how closely you're working with agency heads as you're directing these cuts? Do they have...
I think we got 365 likes in here. Shout out to y'all for liking. We got, 1,000 watching or something like that. Shout out to y'all.
How much input do agency heads have when you're making these decisions?
Yeah, we work closely with the agency heads. There are sort of checks in place. So it's not us just going in and doing things willy-nilly. It's in partnership with the agency heads, and I check frequently with the president to make sure that this is what the president wants to have happen. So we talk almost every day, and I double check things to make sure, is this something, Mr. President, you want us to do this? Then we'll do it.
USAID has been one of your main targets. Are you concerned at all that some of the cuts or that shutting that agency altogether may lead to diseases or other bigger problems starting in other countries that then come to the United States? Yeah, so that's an interesting example. So that's something where we work closely with the State Department and Secretary Rubio. And we have, for example, turned on funding for Ebola prevention and for HIV prevention. Left that, you said?
Yes, correct. And
that was a really good question. Really good question.
We are moving fast, so we will make mistakes, but we'll also fix the mistakes very quickly. So,
do you see it as a worthy cause, USAID?
I think that there's some worthy things, but overall,
if you think that's a worthy cause, like USAID. So like we want to like look at the one good thing they did and just forget like, oh, I like no, we're not doing that, bro. Get rid of USAID, bro. USAID, get rid of them.
You say, what was the bang for the buck? I would say it was not very good. And there was far too much of what USAID was doing was influencing elections in ways that I think were dubious.
Influencing elections? Yo, what?
And do not stand the light of day.
I can just ask a follow-up to the Pentagon contracts. If you have received billions of dollars in contracts from the Pentagon, and the president's directing you to look into the Department of Defense, is that
we
a
definitely need
conflict
to
of
do
interest?
and are going to do at the president's request.
Does that present a conflict of interest for you?
No, because you'd have to look at the individual contract and say, first of all, I'm not the one, filing the contract. It's people at SpaceX or someone who will be putting for the contract. And I'd like to say, if you see any contract where where it was awarded to SpaceX and it wasn't by far the best value for money for the taxpayer, let me know, because every one of them was.
The president said the other day that you might look at treasuries. Could you explain that a little bit? What kind of fraud, and that question goes to both of you, what kind of fraud are you expecting to see or do you see right now in U.S. treasuries?
Yeah, I think you mean the Treasury Department as opposed to Treasury bills, or...
You also referenced...
I like how he corrected him. I think you mean, because I was thinking like, what? I think you mean Treasury Department, not Treasury bonds.
Treasuries on Air Force One the other night.
Well, as I mentioned earlier, really the first order of business is to make sure we're actually collecting. Sorry for this. Although my son might enjoy this, but he's sticking his fingers in my ears and stuff. So it's a bit hard to hear sometimes. Hey, stop that. The stuff we're doing with the Treasury Department is so basic that you can't believe it doesn't exist already. So for example, like I mentioned, just making sure that when a payment goes out, it has to have a payment categorization.
Yeah, Shane B said we are seeing how deep the swamp is.
It's like, what type of payment is this? You can't just leave the field blank. Currently, many payments, the field is left blank. And you have to describe what's the payment for, some basic rationalization. That also is left blank. So this is why, the Pentagon, when's the last time the Pentagon passed an audit? I mean, a decade ago, maybe? I don't know, ever? Really? And we want to, just in order to actually pass audits, you have to have financial information that allows you to trace the payments. And once in a while, the Treasury has to pause payments if it thinks the payment is going to to a fraudulent organization. Like, if a company or an organization is on a do not pay list, we should not pay it. I'm sure you would agree. Like, if it's quite hard to get on that the do not pay list, it means that this is.
But there's no code of characterization to classify whether or not. Remember he was saying earlier, so there's no code to be able to help them identify whether or not a payment should be stopped or not.
Someone that is just, it's like dead people, terrorists, known fraudsters, that kind of thing, we should not pay them. But currently we do, which is crazy. We should stop that.
Many transactions. And by the way,
so the basic things he should stop. I mean, I don't see nothing wrong with that.
Hundreds, thousands of transactions like that. You know, we have a big team. And for the sake of the country, I hope that the person that's in charge and the other people that report to me that are in charge are allowed to do the right thing, namely make sure everything's honest, legitimate, and competent. But we're looking at just, when you look at USAID, that's one. We're gonna look at the military, we're gonna look at education. They're much bigger areas, but the USAID is really corrupt. I'll tell you, it's corrupt. It's incompetent and it's really corrupt. And I can't imagine a judge saying, well, it may be corrupt, but you don't have the right. You got elected to look over the country and to, as we say, make America great again, but you don't have the right to go and look and see whether or not things are right that they're paying or that things are honest that they're paying. And nobody can even believe this. Other people, law professors.
Oh, Elon Musk just went in on Elizabeth Warren, bro. Hold on, let me show y'all this. So Elon Musk said, has anyone tracked how she got $12 million from a $200,000 salary? This is a real question. He's talking about Elizabeth Warren, the video that I showed y'all running before, right? And then a guy said, yesterday I asked Elizabeth Warren how she achieved $12 million net worth on a $200,000 salary, prompting a reply from Elon inquiring as well. Today, Elon Musk announced in the Oval Office, DOGE will be investigating public officials with high net worth and low pay. Yes, that is nice.
Senator Warren, I just want to answer a question. How did you get a $12 million net worth on a $200,000 salary in Congress?
Thank you.
How did you do that?
Excuse
Senator Warren, I just want to answer a question. How did you get a $12 million net worth on a $200,000 salary in Congress?
Thank you.
How did you do that?
Excuse me.
How did you do that? You can keep trying to block my camera. We're on a public sidewalk. So, Senator Warren, I just want to answer a question. How did you...
We may actually see. I'm not saying this is going to happen, but wouldn't it be great if we can see some of these politicians that are dirty get arrested? Wouldn't that be a great moment in this country? Great moment. If Elon Musk actually investigates people who get paid low salaries, you know, to get 200-some thousand to do government work, hey, that's more money that I make a year of working like a regular job. So it's like, is she getting paid like that? But she's worth like 12 million. Like, Elon's gonna look into that. You know, he really gonna do that. He really gonna look into it. Yo, Elizabeth Warren's been going at Elon Musk. Oh, she done messed up, bruh. And you know, Donald Trump don't like her. He don't like her. He don't like Nancy Pelosi. Oh, this is going to be good. 2025 is the year of reckoning. And I can't wait.
They've been saying, how can you take that person's right away? You're supposed to be running the country, but we're not allowed to look at who they're paying it to and what they're paying. We have massive amounts of fraud that we caught. I think we probably caught way over a lot of billions of dollars already in, 2 weeks?
Yes.
And it's going to go to numbers that you're not going to believe. And much, as I said, much is incompetence and much is dishonesty. We have to catch it. And the only way we're going to catch it is to look for it. And if a judge is going to
Albert said shine the light, yeah.
Say you're not allowed to look for it, that's pretty simple.
I like how he said that. He meant that. He said if the judge is going to say you're not allowed to look for it, like, I like how he said that, bro. Because he's getting annoyed with how corrupt the government is.
We have to catch it. And the only way we're going to catch it is to look for it. And if a judge is going to say you're not allowed to look for it, that's pretty sad for our country. I don't understand how it could even work.
On the buyout program, can you personally guarantee that?
Which one?
The buyout program, the offer to federal workers. Can you personally guarantee that the workers who opt in to resign now will be paid through September?
They'll get their money, but they're getting a good deal. They're getting a big buyout. And what we're trying to do is reduce government. We have too many people. We have office space. It's occupied by 4%. Nobody's showing up to work because they were told not to. And then Biden gave them a 5-year pass, some of them, 48,000 of them, gave them a 5-year pass, that for 5 years you don't have to show up to work. And let me tell you, this is largely, much of this stuff is because of Biden. It's his fault. He allowed this country, what he did on our border. What he did on our border is almost not as bad as what he did with...
And you got to understand, Trump had to go through a lot to get a lot to pass, all right, when he was president, right? So to watch Joe Biden dismantle like so many things that he worked so hard for to save the country, he's got to have a certain sense of discontent with Joe Biden. Like he really don't like this dude. He's got a lot of disdain, you know, for Joe Biden. So this is why you hear him like take shots at him every once in a while. So yeah, like I don't, you know, and you know, I think this is passable, right? Like, 'cause some people will say, okay, well, this isn't proper decorum for a president to talk about the previous president in this way. But because Biden has given us the last 4 years that we had, and so many people have suffered, right? Economically, people feel like they suffered. People give him a pass on that, like, yeah, I mean, talk your stuff. This is the turning. This is a turning. This is a new era of presidency.
All of these contracts that have come out, it's a very sad day when we look at it. I can't even believe it, but many contracts just extend and they just keep extending, and there was nobody there to correct it. And that cannot be, I can't imagine that could be held up by the court. Any court that would say that the president or his representatives, like Secretary of the Treasury, Secretary of State, whatever, doesn't have the right to go over their books and make sure everything's honest. I mean, how can you have a country? You can't have anything that way. You can't have a business that way. You can't have a country that way. Hey, thank you very much, everybody. Thank you.
Hey, shout out to you, Donald Trump. I think you're doing a very, very good job. There is something I want to show y'all that I think is very, very interesting, right? The Democrats, the liberals, admit defeat. Let me show y'all this. Let me pull this over here.
Is there.
They are admitting defeat.
Of Project 2025. I'm trying.
Hold on, we don't want to hear this. He got some music playing.
Is embarrassing. I mean, he's humiliating. First of all, he's 412 years old, right? Second of all, he says stuff like, the people are so aroused. I've never seen them so aroused. I see so many aroused penises.
Okay, he's being a little weirdo. Let's see.
President is acting as president, a guy who, if he were president,
What did he say? Elon is like acting as president. Hold up. Before we get to this part,
is not like the idea that a guy who would not even be constitutionally eligible to run for president is acting as president, a guy who, if he were president, would be impeached immediately because he's taking billions of dollars in foreign government emoluments from all over the world. And some people have actually been talking about impeaching President Elon Musk right now. You know, on the theory that he's usurped the powers of the presidency. So I think.
Let me ask you this, because the Democrats are in the minority, so you have
Joy Reid
only so much leverage. Have you all essentially made it clear to Mike Johnson that until they allow you all to subpoena Big Balls and the normalized Indian hate guy, at least subpoena them or subpoena Elon Musk?
Oh my God.
We should be very clear with the
AOC.
American people that the House is governed by a Republican majority, the Senate is governed by a Republican majority, and the White House has a Republican president. And if they want to pass their agenda, Republicans need to conjure up the votes for them to pass their own bills.
I just want to know if you guys if y'all had power, if Joe Biden was in office, he could. I didn't see an executive order signed from him on a video, not one time. We don't even know if he was really signing them executive orders in there. That's the problem.
We want to get stuff done. We want to make life better for the American people. But I'm trying to figure out what leverage we actually have. What leverage do we have?
This is crazy.
Republicans have repeatedly lectured America. They control the House, the Senate, and the presidency. It's their government.
Yo, did he just concede that they have no leverage?
I know. I just want to take a pause to see, like, with this demonstration, this example, we over here to the right, maybe on y'all left, but what is this? How is this lowering costs?
It's all the headlines of stuff Trump's done. You know, they ran on lowering the cost of things, but what are we 3 weeks into 4 weeks, almost 4 weeks into the administration?
We was asking that 4 years into Joe Biden. Like,
kept going.
Gotta be insane, man.
Repeatedly lectured America. They control the House, the Senate, and the presidency. It's their government. What leverage do we have?
Quit.
The fearless opposition party, ladies and gentlemen.
What leverage do we have? Yo.
And give them a round of applause. Give them a round of applause. There's nothing we can do. What do you want us to do? I'm going to stand here as the House minority leader and complain about how we don't have any leverage when I could be messaging about how there's a robbery going on right now as we speak. The dismantling of the government agencies seeking to return money to Americans who are defrauded by the big banks. Can you maybe muster up enough energy to give us...
Hold on real quick, y'all. Hold on. I got to see this real quick before I do this.
I just want to answer a question. How did you get a $12 million net worth on a $200,000 salary in Congress?
Thank you.
How did you do that?
Excuse me.
How did you do that? You can keep trying to block my camera. We're on a public sidewalk, so... Senator Warren, I just want to answer a question. How did you get a $12 million net worth on a $200,000 salary in...
Let me show y'all this. Trump has higher approval rating than at any point during first term poll. President Donald Trump has the highest approval rating now compared to any point during his first term in office, according to a new poll. 47% of Americans approve of Trump's job performance, and in less than a month since he has been sworn in as the 47th president, the latest national survey by the Pew Research Center found, while that's higher than at any point while he served as the 45th president, Trump's inaugural approval rating sinks below that of most other presidents since Ronald Reagan. George W. Bush approval rating early in his term, however, was above the same as that of Trump now. So Trump's pardoned former Illinois Governor Rod, I know a lot of people don't like that. Like, it was kind of... But it says the poll conducted January 27th to February 2nd among 5,086 adults found nearly 3 in 10 adults, or 28%, viewed Trump's action as better than expected, while 36% said they have been what they expected. His actions are viewed as worse than expected by 35% of adults. Americans are fairly evenly split over how they felt. I mean, how do y'all think about this? I think Trump's, like, when I'm seeing, like, on social media how people feel about him, I see a lot of positivity. I don't really see much negativity. But anyway, it said Americans are fairly evenly split over how they believe Trump's White House will affect the federal government. The survey found 41% of adults said they believe Trump's administration will improve the way the federal government works, and 42% said they believe the state of the federal government will worsen with him in office. Public opinion on Trump's agenda remains starkly divided along partisan lines. The poll found 67% of Republicans, including those who lean red, support all or most of Trump's plans and policies. For Democrats and those who lean blue, 84% support few or none. Almost an identical share of Republicans, 76%, said Trump will improve the way the federal government operates, as Democrats 78% said Trump will make the federal government run worse. Get rid of FEMA the way it exists today. For Republicans, 53% viewed Trump's recent actions as better than expected, while the poll found 60% of Democrats viewed the president's accomplishments as worse than expected. Yeah, Democrats aren't going to like anything that he does.
Speech about that. House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries. God, the Democrats are so pathetic. They're so pathetic because if you don't agree with what the Trump administration is up to, if you don't identify as a Republican, if you didn't want to vote for Donald Trump, what other option do you have? Okay? The party that tried to run a decomposing corpse, and then when he got caught, they anointed the Democratic nominee. The party that keeps telling you that there's
I cannot believe she's turning.
Nothing they can do, whether they're in power or out of power.
She's going off.
I
mean, come on.
Yeah, this is why they had a problem with her on TYT, because she's becoming more midline. Remember, she went on a Pierce Morgan. We all reacted to it, and like she's kind of like becoming more midline, making a little bit more sense. And she's said, like, she's acknowledged that Democratic Party hasn't really been like in line with, you know, public opinion. So I don't know, man. She's starting to be midline, and I will even say Chink from TYT is not as crazy left wing as he once was. You know what I mean? He's still left wing, but when he's on Pierce Morgan, he's kind of like a little bit more sensible than he's been.
So,
She keeps
guys,
it 100 though.
you literally heard me sometimes sing this line. There's nothing we could do. There's nothing we can do. That's the Democratic mantra. And that they say that when they get in power. They're like, oh, the filibuster.
And I don't know if you guys remember Chink on TYT. He actually did a blog, right? And this was last year during the Kamala and Trump race. And he said that he is fearing, because I think it was around the time to where Trump's poll ratings were higher than hers. You know what I mean? Like, he was leading in the polls, and Chink was like, well, I don't know if there's anything she could really do. Like, and we reacted to that. And I was just like, yo, to hear Chink say that, you got to remember, like, she had like President Obama like try to shame, like, I'm not saying Kamala made him do it, but President Obama was like trying to shame Black Americans and trying to get them to vote for her. Then you had like Michelle Obama. She was trying to tell women not to listen to their husbands and just vote for women. And I'm like, that was crazy. That election was crazy, bro.
The parliamentarian, Skittleboo.
But he is becoming more midline. And, you know, I won't say he's center, right? He's still left. But he also understands, like, he's been doing this for years. So remember, they were saying like MSNBC ratings were down, right? And, you know, there was talks that MSNBC may be actually selling. Remember, there was rumors going on. And then Elon Musk was teasing, saying, okay, well, we're going to, I might end up buying MSNBC. Like, he's teasing that. So, like, people like TYT, right? Super left-wing media. They're going to look at it like, okay, we don't want to lose ratings here. Let's keep it real. Let's get a little bit more centered with our belief systems. You know what I'm saying? They're still going to be left, but they're going to be a little bit more sensible because they don't want to lose like all of the, you know, lose ratings. So I think that's why Chink and her, like people like that, are becoming a little bit more centered in their beliefs.
You're like, that's not even a word. It doesn't matter. There's nothing we could do. There's nothing we could do.
So pathetic.
And now that they're in the minority, here comes Hakeem Jeffries to sing the same song. There's nothing we could do. Then what? You know what? The American people believed you. You kept telling them that you can't do anything, so they voted you out of power because you can't do anything. Why don't you man up and grow a spine and a brain and actually figure out a strategy?
Chink is wilding. Not only Chink is wilding on the Democratic Party right now, you had Bill Maher, one of the most left-leaning, like he has been on the liberal media's case, not playing with them. Like, y'all are totally out of line with reality here. Y'all are acting like we don't have any type of common sense. Hey, this was Bill Maher last year going in on the left-wing media. Lunacy. This is interesting, y'all.
moron just said, well, and the Republicans have the House and the Senate and the White House, and the Republicans' message to the American people. Wait, why don't you message to the American people? You're doing a press conference right there, schmuck. Why don't you get out your message?
Oh, wow.
I didn't think about that. I need you to understand, these Democratic leadership, mainstream media told you your whole life about how these amazing people. They literally said, when we were criticizing Barack Obama from the left, you don't understand, he's doing four-dimensional chess. He four-dimensional chess to no change at all other than Obamacare. Okay, he 4D chess all the way to a giant bank bailout.
NDAA, National Defense Authorization Act, Bill HR 347, anti-protest bill. Obama was passing a lot of insane stuff. Oh yeah, this black boy know what it is. Obama was like getting a lot of like interesting things passed, and he would always do it like right around a sports event. Obama was something else, bro.
That made the Democratic Party deeply unpopular and lost 1,000 seats. And here comes Hakeem Jeffries to go, there's nothing I can do. They're dumb.
They're
right? And they're incompetent.
Incompetent, feckless.
Total losers.
Yep, 100%. This is it. This is the opposition party. So look.
Hey. Interesting.
It seems hard to believe that judges want to try and stop us from looking for corruption, especially when we found hundreds of millions of dollars worth, much more than that.
But you can't have an autonomous federal bureaucracy. You have to have one that is responsive to the people.
This and Fox News contributor Miranda writes to the first 4 or 5 pages of the New York Post on a daily basis, and Emily Compagno, co-host of Outnumbered on Fox News and author of Under His Wings. Ladies, welcome. Let's just start with this. Miranda, the basic thrust here, the Democrats are basically defending the bureaucracy, defending the regulators, and opposing all these audits of fraud and opposing anything that reduces federal spending. They love the bureaucracy.
Hey, the chat, real quick. How many people we got in here? How many people are in the live? Because I want to ask y'all this question. Let me see. What is it? This ain't all about numbers. I just want to see how many people are here because I want to see. I saw you say 1,100 people in here at 1:41 in the morning on Nashville, Tennessee time. Shout out to y'all. How did y'all feel, right, when you found out Fox News was actually telling you the truth? Like, how I grew up, like, it was just like, like Democrats all around, you know what I mean? It's what it was. CNN, all of that, you know what I'm saying? But when I found out, like, when I would like catch Fox News sometimes, like I'd be around like rich friends and stuff, I would catch Fox. I'm like, yo, they kind of low key keeping it real. Right? So I was watching, I'm like, nah, bro, like what is going on? So then, you get back into the old indoctrination and you seeing all the liberalism and all of that, right? But then like when I break away, I'm doing all my research, I find out I become a Republican, right? And I'm like, yo, they've actually been telling the truth this whole time. How did y'all feel about that? G-Unit said Tennessee shut up. Yo, it was a crazy feeling.
What kind of message is that?
I think it just tells everybody, including their voters, that they are corrupt to the core.
Oh, hey, you were in Salem, Oregon? Yo.
They're defending their slush funds to the death. They're defending the bureaucracy.
Yeah, North Boy said times change. And then Evo said, always knew news was a weapon after watching Citizen Kane.
The slush funds, the corruption, the waste and abuse above anything else that they've ever cared about. They never cared about the victims of illegal migration, et cetera, et cetera. And I think Americans look at that and go, hang on, where are your priorities?
I think, Emily, if you polled, I mean, there probably are polls. Do you want to shrink?
Goody said, my aunt used to watch Fox, so I knew that Fox was good.
The size of government. Is the government too big? Does it regulate too much? It's like an 80-20 issue, and the Democrats are on the 20% side. I don't understand how they can be so utterly...
Megan said after USAID, EUAID. Yeah.
Stupid.
And obtuse. You know, we heard today, for example, and a lot of our elected officials whose salaries we pay standing on the street corner shouting about how the president has started forcibly removing people from government when that particular issue couldn't be further from the truth because he gave the choice, right? What kills me in addition to that knee-jerk resistance is how it has infiltrated to activist judges. So I'm curious to the point of not only defending that ridiculous spending, the opacity of the
I
government.
like how she said activist judges, because that's how I feel about the federal judge that ended up stopping the USAID. I think he's like an activist. It's like, bro, why are you doing this? Like, if they're showing all of this spending and bloat, like, what are you doing?
That our tax dollars totally fund, but also blocking why do we want biological males in biological female prisons? Why do our taxpayer dollars pay for contraceptives in all female prisons? The root of these questions are totally clear on the moral front, and yet for some reason that resistance goes toe-to-toe on that line, defending every dollar and defending, again, that radical extremist view that I thought, correct me if I'm wrong, November 5th sent that mandate that we don't want it anymore.
USAID has found giving money, sending money to...
Miller215 said, yeah, these judges are ideological maniacs.
terrorist groups. Okay, we know that. It was uncovered in the Elon Musk audit. Now, who the heck is going to defend that? I don't know. I want to move on to other stuff, but Democrats are essentially defending it. They don't want USAID to be dismantled. They don't want it to be reduced in force. They're defending it. How can you defend that?
They lie about it and pretend that it's about feeding starving children in Biafra or something.
Oh my God. Starving children in Biafra.
And they also resist the intelligence that has been out there for quite some time, pointing out that we've been funding the Taliban for years, right? To millions and millions per week, and continued even after we paused USAID or foreign spending. We are still funding $43 million per week to the Taliban. So they are the closed eyes and ears there go far beyond simply dollar for dollar.
Miranda, Mr. Trump is stripping the security clearances for Joe Biden, for his former Secretary of State, Anthony Blinken. But what interests me particularly, he's stripping them here in New York for Letitia James and Alvin Bragg. That means they can't enter their federal...
Oh, they can't go into federal buildings. You know, that they would normally get clearance for. Interesting.
Clearance is stopped. Now, that's pretty tough stuff. What do you make of it?
It is. And look, in a way, it's a symbolic slap in the face to the two of them, and I think possibly a prelude of things to come, because what they did to Donald Trump, their lawfare that they engineered against him during the campaign, was so politicised and so dishonest and corrupt that you can't just let it go. It's not a matter of vengeance, it's a matter of a reckoning. And so I think this is just a signal to them that, hey, you know, there's more to come down the pipe.
Two can play at this game. Two can play at this game.
Exactly.
He's absolutely right. I mean, weaponization is out of favor right now. They can't go into federal courthouses, okay? Let them just, put that in their pipe and smoke.
Put that in their pipe and smoke it. Yo, he funny. Let's see this.
President Trump's Department of Justice is now suing Illinois Governor J.B. Pritzker and Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson for, quote, with federal immigration enforcement. This comes shortly after Attorney General Pam Bondi's day one directive to enforce Trump's immigration crackdown. And it includes a complete pause of all federal funding for sanctuary cities that will not work with ICE. So we'll see if those sanctuary leaders start changing their tune from this message.
We will stand up for anybody who is standing up for the law.
If it's contrary to our values, we will fight to the death. We're going to defend the people of this city.
Every tool
Democrats, man.
In the toolbox has got to be used to protect our citizens, to protect our residents, and protect our states, and certainly to hold the line on democracy and the rule of law.
We're not going to be bullied or blackmailed out of our values in Denver.
So they're going to break the law. Interesting. Because they have...
She said, so they're going to break the law. I like how she said
bigger hearts? Is that how that works? Last hour on the Faulkner Focus, I spoke with Trump's border czar, Tom Homan.
For any mayor or governor who doesn't want public safety threats removed from the communities,
I find it hard to believe that, but we're going to do it, with or without them. If they're not going to help, get out of the way. But don't cross that line. Do not impede our operations. Do not knowingly conceal or harbor an illegal alien, because we will seek prosecution. We're going to do what the President promised American people. We're going to make our communities safer by targeting those who are in the country illegally that have criminal record, are a public safety threat. That's what we're doing.
So, David, what's interesting that Tom was telling me, furthering that part of our conversation.
Republican girls.
Was when you see these leaders just flouting the law, you're telling citizens that it's okay to do it too. So they're showing up in places like Aurora, Colorado, and they're trying to go in after Tren de Aragua, and
Shannon said, I love her.
Somebody tipped them off.
Yeah.
So how is that happening? You have the women in the streets with the bullhorn saying, no, don't go out the front door, go out the back. And I said to Tom, isn't that illegal to be helping them get away?
Yeah.
And of course it is.
And you had Soros-funded radio stations doing the same thing. Wow. I mean, that's the extraordinary thing. It was being broadcast out. The FCC is looking into this, by the way, the new FCC under new guidance.
I want the FBI to look into it.
Well, they probably will. But the bottom line is Pam Bondi's got a lot on her table right now.
Does.
Not only is she dealing with this issue, but it all comes under the same rubric. People who are in charge, either they're unelected bureaucrats or they're elected local leaders, et cetera, who feel they can take the law into their own hands for their own political purposes, not just.
And then Brian Skelly said there is no law against the president creating a task force.
Not just to make things better, because very often it doesn't make things better. But that's really, and the bottom line is, these migrant criminals, and these are the real bad guys who pull people's fingernails out, are just walking the streets. It's putting people's lives in danger.
Kennedy, the danger part of it now may trample on the part that Tom Homan and President Trump had promised, and that was for transparency. So Tom Homan last hour was telling me, look, there has been an intel leak, they believe, with some of the tips given to these gang members. And he said, we want those reporters with us, but how can we do that? So there's a suspicion that they have to now get to the bottom of to give the rest of us transparency. Sounds like something Democrats might love if we can't see what's going on.
Yeah, I mean, it's unfortunate because there are certain actors who are working in concert with each other to protect people. And, when some of these lawmakers and governors and mayors talk about like our citizens, our residents, it's like, that's who you're protecting?
Caleb, I see you. Caleb, he said 2 inches of snow here.
Like, you have 87% of people, according to Michael Goodwin's reporting in the New York Post, who are in favor of deporting criminal illegal aliens. And they're not talking about people who are seeking asylum, who are looking to work and to better themselves in this country. You have to make a very strong differentiation. We're talking about people who are in transnational criminal gangs who would love to...
Remember, Kamala Harris, I prosecuted transnational criminal organizations. But she opening up the borders and allowing all kind of her party is opening up the borders and just allowing everybody to come in here.
Take over entire neighborhoods. They wish to harm and murder and extort and do whatever they can to enrich themselves. And then with that money, they are paying people off to make sure that they are tipped so they can keep themselves safe. So they are trying to cut off the process, cut the chain, so that doesn't continue to happen, so people can enjoy basic safety in this country.
Jerry, this tells me how long this has been going on and how deep these cartels and gangs were able to get their tenants into our society without anybody bothering them.
Well, and it's astonishing. When I heard the Bondi was going to be doing this incredible role, my shoulders came down a little bit because, like all of you guys, I walk through Midtown Manhattan all the time. The Roosevelt Hotel is right over here, full of people who are here illegally. And it's just anxious even in this city.
Yeah.
And I know that people out there are nervous, they're scared. And the idea that she's going to come in and make some changes, I hope she can. I hope she does. I hope she's empowered to do it.
So, Emily, talk to me about what people like Governor Hochul and some of these Democrat governors can do. They're ignoring the voters. Governors can do to work against this legally. I think what they're doing is not legal, but they say it is.
It's not, and it's not reflective of what Americans want, to your point. I think it's, frankly, hilarious, tongue-in-cheek, that the cartels are sitting back and watching these feckless sort of...
Okay, I don't want to talk about the cartels. I'm getting out of that conversation.
Anyway, joining us now, her very first interview after being sworn in by Clarence Thomas, the new Attorney General of the United States, a longtime friend of the program, Pam Bondi. Pam, great to have you. Well, you've had your own shock and awe, you know.
And I do want to say she handled that. We watched her confirmation hearing. We reacted to it, y'all. And she was giving them the business. Like the one guy from California was trying to talk reckless to her, and she was like, excuse me, sir, you have a crime problem in California. You got one of the biggest crime problems in the United States that's going under, unchecked. She was wilding. She's like, I don't have to answer nothing. I don't have to answer any of these questions. I'm sorry. Like, yo, I'm like, she handled them, bro.
30 hours since being in office. Congratulations.
Yeah, if y'all really want me to mention something, man, y'all hit the super chat. Shout out to y'all.
Thank you. Thank you. Just landed from New Orleans, as you said, and, Christy Nome with Homeland Security.
We got 223,000 views on this video. Shout out to y'all. So we got I think about 800 subscribers today. Shout out to y'all.
He's done a great job working in conjunction with our ATF agents, our DEA agents, our FBI agents, getting ready for the Super Bowl. Also, Sean went out today and
hey, I know Kristen Madwick. I'm like, Kristen Madwick is gonna be in here soon as Pam Bondi gets on the screen. And here he comes. Where is Matt Gaetz? Is over. I knew you was coming.
met with the family.
And those that don't know, Christian Medwid is a Democrat.
Of Matthew Tonadaro. I met his mom, Kathy. He was killed on January 1st in that horrific murder in New Orleans, and I got briefed on that today. So it's been a very busy day. Met with over 30 members more of law enforcement in New Orleans, and they are prepared for the Super Bowl. Kathy Lanier with the NFL, they are crushing it out there, and they are going to keep New Orleans and Louisiana safe. And I'm proud to be part of that.
I'm glad to hear that. Let me start with you've cracked down on sanctuary cities. The DOJ has put a pause on all federal funding to sanctuary cities and states. You filed a lawsuit against Chicago and the state of Illinois for being a sanctuary city. Am I wrong in my interpretation that a sanctuary city is aiding and abetting in lawbreaking?
Sean, what they're doing is they are choosing illegal aliens over the safety and security of their own citizens and the men and women of law enforcement who are out there trying to protect their citizens. Not only did we sue today the city of Chicago, we sued the state of Illinois, we sued the mayor, we sued the governor, and we sued others. And let me be very clear, if you don't comply with federal law, you're going to be next.
I like that. Let's be clear. If you don't comply with federal law, you're going to be next, player. We sued the mayor. We sued the governor. We sued the state. We sued Chicago. We sued everybody up in here. I like her. That's the homegirl right there.
Sued others. Be very clear. If you don't comply with federal law, you're going to be next.
What about those that we now know apparently tipped off the Tren de Aragua gang in Colorado prior to an ICE raid? Obviously, that would be breaking the law. Will we get to the bottom of that?
Yeah, Sean, absolutely. And, that risk the lives of our great men and women in law enforcement. I mean, this is horrific. what these people are doing to try to destroy our country truly and jeopardize the lives of law enforcement and our citizens. And Tom Homan is absolutely right to be appalled and furious. But we will all get to the bottom of this. And, you know, Donald Trump has created an incredible team of people who truly, we were pre-existing friends, so many of us. We get along great and we work so well together. And we truly like each other, and we support everything President Trump is doing, and we are all here to protect our country. And that's what it's all about right now, Sean, keeping America safe.
My biggest fear, the thing that would keep me up at night, is that we know, because of Joe Biden and Kamala Harris and Alejandro Mayorkas, we have known terrorists in the country, but we don't know where they are. You mentioned the order to go after cartels and work with DHS on that. I'm glad you're doing that. I'm worried about them. I worry about gangs in the country, but we also have known murderers, rapists, other violent criminals. How do we find them?
Well, Tom Homan, Stephen Miller, Kristi Noem, DHS, they're doing a great job. And what we're doing with all of our FBI agents, DEA, ATF, all of the federal agents, U.S. Marshals, everyone is going to work together, and they're going to actually prosecute violent crime instead of weaponizing government. And that's what's been happening, and Mazie Hirono is wrong. It's the end of the weaponization of government and getting back to prosecuting violent crime and giving our great men and women the tools that they need.
Yeah, I like that she said that, right? Getting back to prosecuting like crime instead of weaponizing the DOJ against a president of, you know, a former president. I think that's interesting. I like that. I like
in
that.
Law enforcement to go after.
The very latest, we call it the Hannity Washington briefing with Caroline Leavitt, is White House press secretary.
Oh, the White House press secretary. Okay.
Caroline herself. You want to respond to that crazy
You know, she getting that money now. She got the lip filler and everything.
montage?
I would love to, Sean. Clearly, the Democrats learned nothing from their devastating defeat on November 5th, because this is exactly what the American people voted for. President Trump
Isn't she
campaigned
like 27
a lot.
years old? She don't. Hey, normally you like segue into going in on a politician or like the party. She just like straight out the gate. They know nothing. Like she wildin'.
The Democrats learned nothing from their devastating defeat on November 5th, because this is exactly what the American people voted for. President Trump campaigned alongside Elon Musk, and President Trump promised voters on the campaign that he was going to make our government more efficiency. He came up with the idea of DOGE, and he told everybody in the world he would be appointing Elon Musk to cut through the waste, fraud, and abuse that has plagued our federal government for far too long and has ripped off hardworking taxpayers. And I think it shouldn't come as a surprise to anybody that that's what Elon is doing at the direction of President Trump. The only surprise here is the vast amount of waste, fraud, and abuse that we have uncovered, and we are just getting started. And the Democrats are so incredibly out of touch. If you look at the public polling, 56% of the public supports President Trump's freeze on foreign aid. The most recent CBS poll shows that the vast majority of Americans support what President Trump is doing. In fact, his favorability rating has never been higher. So while the Democrats continue to hoot and holler in the streets, acting completely deranged, President Trump and Elon Musk and our entire administration are going to continue to go line by line and treat this federal government like a business. Money.
Previous press secretary could never do that.
In, money out, and what do we actually need to spend money on to advance America's interests? That is our goal here. That's all that's happening. Anything else is fear-mongering by the left, because they don't have a real message and they're deranged. There's no other way to put it.
And you're right about the president's approval rating. 70% of people in that very poll you referenced say all the president's doing is what he promised. This is how the American people describe President Trump: tough, energetic, focused, effective, all of which is true. And now we find out that in spite of the president's executive action, that FEMA sent $59 million last week to pay for luxury New York City hotels, in spite of the order. What actions are available for the president at this point? We have Tom Homan on in a minute.
Well, I know that Secretary Noem and her team have confirmed that all those who were involved in hitting send on that $59 million payment against the president's executive orders and his agenda will be terminated. And I know Tom Homan, I'll let him speak on it, my dear colleague and friend, has very strong feelings about those who continue to leak information about ICE's deportation efforts. We are not going to allow rogue bureaucrats in this city to obstruct the will of the American people. Again, President Trump.
Yo, everyday vacay said, who cares? Just print more money. That's not how it works, bro. Like, you can't keep doing that forever, man.
Trump was elected on a mandate to implement the policies that he promised. Mass deportations, cutting fraud and abuse out of our federal government.
Joshua said 35 trillion in debt. I thought it was 36 trillion.
Lowering inflation and restoring peace around this world. And our entire team is focused on delivering on those priorities. President Trump is working at a breakneck speed, and there are obstructionists who are trying to block his agenda. But we are going to continue moving ahead, and anybody who tries to block the will of the American people will face consequences for that.
Well, let me go back to where...
She loves her job. Hey, do y'all have jobs that y'all love? I need one of them.
President Trump and Elon Musk.
Like, I love to work. Like, I love what I need one of them, bro. Like, she believes in the agenda. Shout out to her.
If there's not a good feedback,
hey, I need to work in the Trump administration or something. Something got to happen, bro. Because I need to be excited about going to work.
From the people to the government. And if you have rule of the bureaucrat, if the bureaucracy is in charge, and then what meaning does democracy actually have? If the people cannot vote and have their will be decided by their elected representatives in the form of the president and the Senate and the House, then we don't live in a democracy. We live in a bureaucracy. So it's incredibly important that we close that feedback loop, we fix that feedback loop, and that the public's elected representatives, the president, the House, and the Senate, decide what happens, as opposed to a large unelected bureaucracy. This is not to say that there are good people who are in the federal bureaucracy, but you can't have an autonomous federal bureaucracy. You have to have one that is responsive to the people. That's the whole point of a democracy.
Now, it's really good to see that Elon Musk and President Trump together answering questions from the media. You just have to appreciate how transparent this administration is. I mean, if you think of...
We talked about that earlier. Very transparent.
Joe Biden, would he have ever had a press conference like that inside the Oval Office? I'm sure you guys know.
Joe Biden is business as usual.
What the answer is. Now, one of the things that he was referencing was transparency is what's going to create trust. And that's why anytime you guys have questions about exactly what DOGE is cutting, it's all on their X profile. Every single day, they're putting up updates about what they are getting rid of, what they have found, what they are cutting. And this is not what we've seen from the federal government ever. This is the first time in history where you're seeing daily updates. However, they're so concerned with the contracts that Elon Musk has, particularly SpaceX with the Pentagon. And here's what he had to say about that.
I just have to follow up to the Pentagon contracts. If you had received billions of dollars in contracts from...
Oh my God, he is not lying. Let me show y'all this. I just followed them, right? Department of Government Efficiency. Bro, they are updating everything. Like keeping everybody in a loop of what's going on. Federal employment retirement are processed using paper by hand in an old limestone mine in Pennsylvania. 700 plus mine workers operate 230 feet. That's crazy. 230 feet underground to process 10,000 applications per month, which are stored in manila envelopes and cardboard boxes. It says the retirement process takes multiple months. What in the world? And then it says, fix the gender identity section has been deleted. VA benefits and healthcare. And so when he says they are transparent, they are. Also today, the Department of Education terminated 89 contracts worth $881 million. 89 contracts worth $881 million. One contractor was paid $1.5 million to observe mailing and clerical operations at a mail center. I'm retweeting that. That is crazy. It says, today, the Department of Education terminated 29 DEI training grants totaling $101 million. One sought to train teachers to help students understand, interrogate the complex histories involved in oppression and help students recognize areas of privilege and power on an individual and collective basis. 20 million views. He's showing y'all in real time what they're doing. Today, the Department of Education, yeah, so this is crazy. Adjustment to DHS website. Yo. Gulf of Mexico, U.S. Department of State, U.S. Mexico, Gulf of America, and Pacific Ocean. Yo. Great coordination across 35 agencies over the last 2 days to terminate 199 wasteful contracts, saving $250 million, including contracts for Asia Pacific, Sri Lanka, climate change, mitigation, adaptation, and resilience coordination, coordinator services for forest services workshop. What? For intercultural communication, diversity, dialogue, circle, communicating across differences. Yo, today the Department of Education terminated 3 DEI training grants totaling $15 million. One of the institutions had previously hosted faculty workshops entitled Decolonizing the Curriculum. $15 million. Yo. He's showing y'all everything that he's finding and terminating. In the last 2 weeks, GSA has repealed 23 internal directives, policies totaling 74,727 words, including a 4,890 word policy that outlined GSA's vision to build a high-performing, cultural competent workforce that represents the diversity of the American public values. DOGE Commerce team looked for the applicable NWS website, and it had already been removed thanks to the unknown hero. While the team was looking, DOGE Commerce team did make this change. State Department leadership has verified that this was canceled today. Yo, he is showing y'all everything. Today, 12 consulting contracts terminations in GSA and the Department of Education for a total savings of $30 million, including a $23 million work order for digital modernization program management office support. 12 underutilized lease cancellations for an annual savings of $3 million. Today, this is crazy, bro. Today's number has increased to 22 consulting contract terminations for a total savings of $45 million. He is saving us mad, bro.
From the Pentagon, and the president's directing you to look into the Department of Defense. Is that
we
a
definitely need
conflict
to
of
do
interest?
and are going to do at the president's request.
Does that present a conflict of interest for you?
No, because you'd have to look at the individual contract and say, first of all, I'm not the one, filing the contract. It's people at SpaceX or someone who will be putting for the contract. And I'd like to say, if you see any contract where where it was awarded to SpaceX and it wasn't by far the best value for money for the taxpayer, let me know, because every one of them was.
Now, let me show you the receipts to back all of this up, because my main point about SpaceX and Elon Musk and these contracts that Democrats keep crying over is it's not even top 5. He's not even in the top 5 of companies who have the largest contracts with the Department of Defense. Just think about that for a second, okay? But they're spending all this time complaining about him. Now, let me show you. This is dated June 6th of 2024, Congressional Research Service that looked into the Department of Defense contractors. And what do we find? The top 6 are Lockheed Martin, Raytheon, General Dynamics, Pfizer, the Boeing Company, and Northrop Grumman. So where's SpaceX on that list? And think about this. Lockheed Martin has $46 billion in contracts with the Department of Defense. And Pfizer has $16 million. I wonder why.
Wow. Liz Cheney, the war hawk, always wants to go to war. I wonder why.
Now, earlier today, Senator Kennedy from Louisiana made an interesting point about the Democrats who are complaining about Elon Musk.
It strikes me as breathtakingly ironic. The cynic might say cynical, that the people who are screaming so loudly about President Trump's decision to audit federal spending are the very same people under President Biden who wanted to hire 80,000 new IRS agents with guns to audit the American people. As I've said before, if it weren't for double standards, there wouldn't be any standards at all in this town.
And what's really behind the double standard is fraud. I mean, that's really what's going on here. Tons of kickbacks, as we know. And they just
Hey, somebody said, please deport Elon. What are you talking about, bro? Elon's helping us.
can't help it. If you're in a position and you're the person appropriating the funds, there's no law to prevent you from being able to get a kickback or getting a place on a board of a company that has a government contract or insider trading like a Nancy Pelosi. There's yet to be any law passed to prevent them from doing that. So, of course, they're going to be the loudest. And that's exactly what Elon Musk brought up.
When you understand that really everything is geared towards complaint minimization, so then you understand the motivations. So if people receive money, they don't complain, obviously. But if people don't receive money, they do complain. And the fraudsters complain the loudest and the fastest. So then when you understand that, then it makes sense. Oh, that's why everything they approve all the payments at Treasury. Because if you approve all the payments, you don't get complaints.
Now, the other point that he made that is actually profound is that the government is, in regards to paying all of this out, all of this taxpayer dollars to every single program and agency, their mindset is minimizing the complaints and the feedback that they get. That's why they just approve all payments. That's insane. I mean, just think about that. If this was your bank account, imagine all of the money going out is never reviewed. I mean, you would have a serious problem with that, especially if you go into debt. But again, Democrats don't see it that way. And that's why it's really good that Speaker Johnson came out today and reaffirmed his support, not only for DOGE, but called out the Democratic Party to their face.
As I said last week, the Democratic Party is in a completely different place right now. There's no identified leader of the party. They don't have a clear vision. They seem rudderless. In hopes of finding themselves, they've latched onto this new shiny object called the rule of law. Well, we'd like to welcome them to the concept. It would be admirable if they hadn't spent the last 4 years with their heads buried in the sand while Biden literally...
Remember on the channel, Lil Vegas, shout out to you. Talking to Zach, said, if you want Piper to talk about a specific topic, you can send a super chat.
Trampled over the rule of law with no objection. In fact, many Democrats cheered that lawlessness, like when the Biden administration unconstitutionally forced the middle class to pay the student loans of doctors and lawyers, when they illegally mandated that private companies implement vaccine requirements, when they radically rewrote Title IX to undermine women's rights. Those things were actually illegal, and the Democratic Party cheered it. They didn't oppose it at all.
He's spot on. The Democrats believe what President Trump and Elon Musk is doing is unconstitutional. That's why you're hearing the buzzword. We have a constitutional crisis on our hands. And so, again, They're focused on that, but not on the fraud that is continuing to be exposed by Elon Musk. Here is another example of how crazy this really is.
There's crazy things like just cursory examination of Social Security, and we've got people in there that are 150 years old. Now, do you know anyone who's 150? I don't. Okay. They should be on the Guinness Book of World Records. They're missing out. So, that's a case where, I think they're probably dead. It's my guess. Or they should be very famous, one of the two. And then there's a whole bunch of Social Security payments where there's no identifying information. Well, why is there no identifying information? Obviously, we want to make sure that people who deserve to receive Social Security do receive it, and that they receive it quickly and accurately.
So it was a great press conference, much needed. I'm glad they actually did it to answer some of these tough questions, I guess, because these are the same questions they keep asking every single day. That is the media, because they have nothing else to really talk about, because they refuse to report on the truth. They refuse to actually report on the fraud. They would rather spend their time reporting on the person finding the fraud.
Dustin Legg said it's absolutely illegal to mandate a privately owned company to force their employees to obtain a specific medical procedure. And then Melissa Taylor, shout out to you. She said, if you look up Karen Bass, a lot of them are going to start investing in Ghana. West Africa is taking on a lot of our celebrities. Look up Stevie Wonder.
And let me give you another example of that. Here is CNN falling into this trap with Elon Musk trolling them.
Yeah, Dallas said, y'all finna find any reason to be upset about Trump and Elon trying to bring power back to our nation. And then Luke said, keep going, Trump and Elon.
Over him changing his username on X. Watch.
Now, the disruptor in chief, Elon Musk, who apparently has adopted the alias, at least he changed his social media handle to Harry Balls, tweeted this morning.
Yo, can we this Elon Musk is Tony Stark, bro. I don't care what nobody, he's saving America. He is Tony Stark. Rocking with him. He opened up, unlocked Trump's Twitter account. A lot of conservative, people on Twitter unlocked their account, unsuspended them. Shout out to him. Released the Twitter files in the Oval Office with the president. This is Tony Stark, bro. Finding out all the corruption, taking a comb and just combing through our government. Shout out to Elon Musk. Tim Harsh is a member on the channel. He's a supporter. He said, Elon is such a troll. Yo, changing your Twitter handle to Harry Balls. How can you get mad at Elon Musk? Subscribe to the channel. Stop playing. Why I gotta tell you? It's like 1,200 people here. Why I gotta tell y'all that? He got Devori Darkness. We rock with him. He got 832,000 subscribers. Can I get 119,000, please? Stop playing with me. No, but how can you be mad at what's that? Elon Musk changing his Twitter handle? This is crazy, bro. Teresa Cook is cracking up. This is crazy.
Morning, democracy in America is being destroyed by
Democrats are like mad boring. And then you got Elon Musk, bro. Oh man. Crazy.
Judicial coup. An activist judge is not a real judge.
Yeah, isn't that crazy? They're so obsessed with Elon Musk that they're now referring to his new username, which we know is just him trolling the media. Because
shout out to Joshua Payne. He said, just subscribe. Shout out to you.
Too obsessed. They cannot think for themselves.
AJ Cruz said, just subscribe.
At this point. Now, one of the biggest, I guess, narratives that they're pushing now is that President Trump will defy whatever orders come from the judges that are blocking some of these moves that the Trump administration has been making. Well, as we always have said, the Democrats and the media continue to overreact. And here is Trump proving them wrong once again, that he doesn't plan to defy any orders from a judge, but he definitely plans to.
If a judge does block one of your policies, part of your agenda, will you abide by that ruling? Will you comply?
Well, I always abide by the courts, and then I'll have to appeal it. But then what he's done is he slowed down the momentum, and it gives crooked people more time to cover up the books. You know, if a person's crooked and they get caught, other people see that, and all of a sudden it becomes harder later on. So, yeah, the answer is I always abide by the courts, always abide by them, and will appeal. But appeals take a long time, and I would hope that a judge, if you go into a judge and you show him, here's a corrupt situation, we have a check to be sent, but we found it to be corrupt. Do you want us to send this corrupt check to a person, or do you want us not to give it and give it back to the taxpayer? I would hope a judge would say, don't send it, give it back to the taxpayer.
Yeah, if I can add to that, what we're finding is that a bunch of the fraud is not even going to Americans. So I think we can all agree that if there's going to be fraud, it should at least go to Americans.
Yeah, so between President Trump and Elon Musk, that's more than enough common sense that we
AJ Cruz with a $2 donation. He said, keep up the good work. Shout out to you, bro.
need in the federal government to truly create reform. That's what American voters want. That's exactly why Trump was elected, amongst other things, of course. And the only thing the Democrats continue to do is become very deranged about every single thing that takes place. And while they're doing that, and I've been saying this since the beginning, as you guys know, when they're focused on Elon Musk and Trump, they are not focused on the American voter. And so during one of the recent hearings, here is a voter saying just that I think you'll find some value in.
It is clear that these regulations are not put in place with us in mind, and that needs to stop. And the fact that, Mr. Raskin, you're here this whole time we've been here, you've just been complaining about the process. I'll call it a process. And again, I'm not disagreeing with your issues right now around Musk and the process that's following Mr. Vladek, the process that you're following. At some point, what is the end game? Isn't the end game to make us, the American people, better off? Isn't it? Isn't it? No, I hear you saying that the stuff that would make us better off doesn't matter. All you care about right now is a process of Musk and his associates are not doing this the right way. Is the goal moral and right or not? If you say it is, as I think you should be saying, then the fight shouldn't be about, we need to take Musk down or Trump down. Let us rethink that if you want, but keep your eye on the ball, and your ball should be me. It should be me. I'm sorry, it should be me. Yeah. It should be me. How do we make me better off? Thank you, Mr. Jordan.
You bet, and by me, you mean the American people.
Couldn't have said it better. I mean, this is not really about me. Being Democrat or Republican. Again, it's about common sense. And that one side continues to focus on the other side and not on the American people. Now, that was from the committee, the Judiciary Committee. Actually, they had a hearing today on reining in the administrative state. This is in regards to regulation and administrative law reform. And that's why she was there. And her passion about what she was saying is warranted, especially when you hear the advice that Democrats are running with, like this one from Congressman Maxine Dexter out of Oregon. Watch this.
I've been told I have 30 seconds. So I am going to tell you that we do have to, I don't swear in public very well, but we have to fuck Trump.
Devori, man, can you bleep that out, bro?
Please don't tell my children that I just did that.
Well, that was a little humiliating. I don't know where she was going with all that. And when you say, "Hey, please don't tell my children that I said something," of course they're going to find out. That's the way life works, right? So that's the advice, I guess, they're giving out to their voter base on what to do about President Trump. Now, this takes us to the next story, where Tom Homan has confirmed that a leak in regards to ICE raids originated from FBI. Yes, you've heard it.
Yeah, I was gonna say that, bro. FBI. So, man, let me not say nothing bad about the FBI. So somebody in the FBI leaked this. Oh, I cannot wait for Patel to get in there, man. Figure out what is going on.
Unelected bureaucrats that Democrats are technically complaining about. They're getting in the way of what the American people voted for. Let's hear this story.
Yeah, so a really big issue that we've seen now, because we've seen several operations set up by the Department of Homeland Security, by ICE to go in these targeted operations, but unfortunately, they're being leaked. And when these operations are leaked, they're ending up being delayed. They have to switch things up because Tom Homan says the bad guys know that they're coming. So last night, the borders are actually said they're investigating the leaks in both Colorado and now Los Angeles. Homan says that they believe they've identified who is behind each one of these leaks, and they're going to be seeking prosecution. So Homan says that they believe one tracks back to the FBI. They say the Attorney General is investigating this one right now. They want this person fired without pension. So that is what we expect to see out of the Trump administration in the coming days. But Homan said, though, he said this is not a game. This is putting the officers' lives at risk. And also it gives the bad guys a heads up, right? They went into Colorado looking to arrest 100 Tren de Aragua gang members. I think they ended up with one, Nicole, because that operation was leaked. Those guys were able to scatter like cockroaches. So that is what they're up against right now. And they're going after the people that are responsible for these leaks.
Now imagine that. The FBI is leaking when these ICE raids are supposed to occur, meaning the federal government, the unelected bureaucrats are getting in the way of what American citizens voted for. Well, Secretary Christine Noem said this: the FBI is so corrupt. We will work with any and every agency to stop leaks and prosecute.
What do y'all think about this? If Patel needs to get in there and get rid of these people.
Those crooked.
The FBI is so corrupt. We will work with any and every agency to stop leaks and prosecute these crooked deep state agents to the fullest extent of the law. And responding to leaked documents says large-scale immigration enforcement action coming soon to LA. This is crazy.
Deep state agents to the fullest extent of the law. And so I do hope that they find out exactly who that was and they're held accountable and they make it public, that they let the American voters know, hey, here's exactly what happened. And this is why we're doing what we are doing.
I've been on several of these operations, the men and women of the FBI. They're great patriots, and they're out there helping us to take public safety threats off the street. But we've already found one leak, and that's being dealt with by DHSIG. And it wasn't.
I wouldn't be surprised. I cannot wait for them JFK and Martin Luther King files to come out. I wouldn't be surprised
I don't care
if they had something to do with it. Feel me?
Why they can't pay for.
Hold on.
I'm not gonna lie, man. Since I've been taking T-Force, it's been so. Make sure you go. It's not gonna have access to leverage, demean, and prioritize the agenda of a leftist lunatic opposing them on state-run institutions. Since that's not going to happen, they mad. Roll the clip.
There is so much to cut, but there's a way to do it. For example, I read the Justice Department's Environmental Division they want to cut. And there's also the EPA's Environmental Justice Office. So the EPA has a justice office, and the Justice Department has an environmental office. How about everybody just do their own job? It reminds me of the fact that we have.
Hey, do y'all think Bill Maher is like being red pilled? What's up, Waffle Jackson? I think he's like turning. He criticized left wing a lot. I know he don't like Trump, but he criticizes the left wing a lot. I feel like he's slowly turning.
Yeah, no, I'm saying there is all this. We have like 4 air forces. Like we have the Air Force, but the Navy has an Air Force, and the Army has an Air Force, and everybody has an Air Force.
Donovan Valentini said Elon Musk made $157 billion in less than 3 weeks, and you guys are just like, he's got companies, and he's doing this for free. So he's got companies that are making him a pretty good living. You know what I'm saying? He's investing in a lot of different areas, making him a pretty good living. Why are y'all like upset? Why is it like, if he earns his billions, why are you mad? I'm not mad. Like, bro, you could have like $1 million in your bank account. I'm not going to be mad at you. You got $1 million. I ain't that jealous. You can have $1 million. I don't care. You can have 10 million. I don't care. More money you got, good. I don't care. I'm not gonna be hurt or think you're a crook because you're rich. Like some people get rich like in different ways, like providing services and goods that people want and need. I don't mean like he's evil.
I bet they're expensive.
And the police department here, I think, has an Air Force too. It's like, so.
Somebody said how much I make. I don't make 157 billion in 3 weeks. I don't make that.
Not like some of, but the way you're doing it is a little crazy. These teenagers who are rummaging through buildings. I mean, this is really what was in the plan. There's no better way to do this. Softer, a little.
Having been a member of Congress, I'm telling you that town is against stopping anything or cutting any spending. The entire town is focused with just spending more money. And so the only way, in my opinion, you can really get into it is you have to walk into buildings and seize operations and see exactly what's going on and then let the public know what's going on. So that the public is aware of the mismanagement, the improper payments.
What about the Department of Education? Now, I don't know that much about it, but I've never read good things. Rahm Emanuel, who I agree with on almost everything, here was a quote. He said, a third of 8th graders.
Did he say Rahm Emanuel? He agrees with almost everything. Rahm Emanuel, bruh. He's corrupt.
Can't read, and now he wants to close the department. And I thought that's probably why they can't read, or at least partly. I mean, the numbers keep getting worse and worse and worse. And I don't know if the Department of Education is anything but. I mean, it doesn't really. I don't know what it does, except take money. It's sort of a.
He said, "I don't know what it does other than take money."
Man, it doesn't like run classrooms or do stuff like that. I don't think it makes policy. So where are you on something like that?
I think that the Department of Education has to essentially be closed. A lot of the authorities got to get sent back to the states. The dollars we appropriate actually need to go directly into the hands of parents so that they can use those resources in their states and in their communities to find the best outcome for their children. When the Department of Ed was created in 1977, our reading scores and math scores for kids 4th and 8th grade were higher than they are today.
No.
So it's not worked.
I mean, I read this, I'm stealing this from Nellie Bowles' column, but in the Michigan, the contract from the teachers union says, you cannot be fired for getting caught drunk as a teacher until you do it for a 5th time.
That's crazy. You got to do it 5 times in order to get fired.
What?
Yeah, the first 4 times, you're good.
They didn't take the PHEX vow.
Counseling.
I will stop drinking when I start the job.
And also...
But shout out to everybody. Let me see how many views we all got in here. Shout out to y'all because y'all been hitting that like button. You know what I'm saying? So it says on here we got 267,000 views on this video. I appreciate everybody. Real-time views 63,000. You know what I'm saying? I've been live for like, you know, a few hours. You know what I'm saying? So shout out to everybody. Probably a little bit more now. I think we've been live for like 4 hours. But, you know, I start talking to y'all. I start seeing the comments rolling and we start talking. But I'm probably got to do like a couple like entertainment vlogs so we gonna get right back to politics. I work tomorrow, so you know what I mean? It is what it is. So tomorrow I'm gonna drop a couple entertainment blogs. But, you know, towards the end of the week, you know, or maybe even Thursday morning, we might get back into politics. You know what I'm saying? If something goes on. But shout out to everybody. Come rate, subscribe. Let me know what y'all think about that. Also, if y'all can, click the notification bell. You know what I mean? Remember your boys. Sometimes I be like this in blogs. You know what I'm saying? Pull up, you know, show your support. You know what I mean? Also, I got a TikTok, Piperboy Williams. The TikTok is kind of like, you know, kind of getting bigger. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to y'all. I appreciate y'all. It is what it is. Come rate, subscribe. Let me know what y'all think about that. Peace.